Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, 1 sec. There we go. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. Wait, which tab is that? Oh, it's this tab. Uh. Hi, AC Watcher. Hi, Butters. Hi, Trickling. Hi, Jobs. How's everyone doing? I had a tab open. The voices. Look at this remix I found. I see. Do you recognize it? It's so good. It's like a 90s pop remix. You found one too? Ooh. Which one? Which one? It's not on Spotify? Oh. I can always like download it and then add it. That's how I add remixes that are not on Spotify, is download it and then add it to my local playlist. Okay, let's get started with some dailies. I haven't really been doing my darker riffs. And I'm like, should I? I don't really need the thing anymore. This? Okay, let me... Oh my god, I still have the issue thing. Hold on. Wait, this looks familiar. Miggy Smalls, wait! I know Miggy Smalls was the one we had with, that was the remix with, KDA and Blackpink, remember? So this is like a different one with BTS. Also, I still have the thing where it keeps opening up. Is there maybe it's on the settings. It keeps like opening up on a different browser. OBS default browser settings. Maybe it's like a Windows settings? Do you think it's a Windows settings? Maybe it's under, like, hold on. It says it might be under apps. Yeah, change default settings, Windows. Windows 10. Do you guys still use Windows 10? Because I'm like a bit afraid to upgrade to Windows 11 in case it breaks things. Navigate to apps in the settings window. Click on apps. That's the annoying thing about freaking all these different settings, because they might be called something differently. If I just search browser here, Firefox. Default apps. Yeah, my default app for Firefox, web browser, is Firefox. I literally restarted it yesterday. Yesterday is when it started having this issue. And I can't remember if I had like a update or something. I'm writing you a ticket for driving alone in the carpool lane. You're gonna feel really stupid when you look in the trunk. What? Monka. Tinglebots? Hi, Tinglebots. I don't understand. Okay, what if I just Google default browser that OBS opens?
System says,
is that the Gameroo?
Party of 75.
Oh my god.
Let's give him a warm welcome.
Welcome.
Gamaruasi and the Mighty 75, welcome to Raccoon Paradise. Ready for epic games and top-tier vibes? Thrilled you're here, let's make this stream an unforgettable ride together.
Welcome everybody from Gamer's Stream. My name is Jamie, favorite animal is a raccoon. We are just getting started with the day. I'm having this issue with OBS where when I click on a link, it doesn't open it with my default browser source. It like opens it with Microsoft Edge. Have you ever had this issue before? And I'm pretty sure I looked at my settings. My default app for browser is Firefox. But why does it keep opening it with Microsoft Edge, man? What the hell? How was your stream, Gameru? What'd you get up to? And it like this issue just started yesterday after I restarted my computer, because I always restart my computer before I start stream. Just grinding, getting monies. Oh, how has your progression been so far, Gameru? How's your taps been? Have you made your Idana armors yet? Hopefully you had some good luck with your taps. I know some of my friends have been pitying Pry and duos, unfortunately. Oh, man. Trying to get Oct to main head. Ah, how many taps are you in so far? Okay, we'll look up the issue another time. I can always just copy paste the links to my Firefox browser. That is a little bit annoying though. Why did it freaking start doing that? 16. Okay. What is the average for Oct anyways? What's your stack looking like? Also, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice long, well-deserved break after your stream, Gameru, so if you have to go eat or sleep, don't let me keep you up. Thank you again so much for entrusting me with your viewers. Thank you. Or we can hang out. Hang out for a bit. 29 with 310. Ah, okay. Hi, Vulcan. Did you get my feedback yesterday, Vulcan? I sent you one like kind of late in the night after stream. Once I graduate by ninja, should I make the Megu? I plan to stick with a seasonal character as well. How many seasonal tickets you got, Raz? Cause usually people get one, but I don't know if newer players get more than one, so you won't be able to make another season character if you don't have another ticket. And you can see your ticket here on the bottom right. You can like barely see it in between my YouTube chat. Do you see season character tickets? I have 3 spare because I don't do my seasons. It's more so for like newer players or returning players, so I haven't really been in my seasons. So if you have more, then you can make another seasonal character. But if you don't have any more, you can get one more using loyalty from the loyalty tab. I need to go make dinner. Have a good time, JQ. All right, have a good dinner, Gabriel. Enjoy your food. Does it count as a seasonal character post-graduation? No, after you graduate, it goes out of seasons. And you get all the seasonal or the graduation rewards. So that's how it works with season tickets, is that it does not get consumed until you graduate. And so you kind of have, it's kind of like a road, as I mentioned before, Raz. So once you start walking the road with one of the characters, you continue that road until the end before you can reap the rewards again on a brand new road. And brand new road meaning another ticket to get to the graduation. So that's how they done the seasons. Before, it actually used to be time gated. Time gated meaning seasons happened every 3 months. We didn't have tickets. So if you just missed out on doing, like, let's say you joined BDO in between a season, you just didn't get any season rewards. So that's why they change it to be more flexible and have tickets instead. So you can start your season whenever you want and end it whenever you want. Before it was every 3 months. So it's a lot more flexible now with the change. Also, Jay, how you been? I did change it up thanks to that. It helps. Yeah, I'm glad I was able to help you out, Falcon. Yeah, the lyrics before were, as mentioned, it kind of like kept saying the same thing over and over. I don't know if that's what you were going for, but it did feel very repetitive. That was like the impression that I got from the lyrics initially. So hopefully that feedback helps you out with making it more interesting. Someone made an Ariana Grande AI song for Dead Dance. It sounds so good. Yeah, the AI stuff is getting really good to the point where we might not even tell anymore. We might not even tell anymore. This is from like Wednesday, right? Wednesday season 2. I have not watched any of the Wednesday series. Where was I going again? Oh yeah, I was starting up the grind here. How is the drop rate on this server? An hour still. Okay, we still got some time. I always forget where this. I should just bookmark it. I should just keep bookmarking it. I don't think it was this one. Someone's here. You have 5 tickets? Oh, damn. Maybe with newer players you get more tickets. Oh, looks like someone's here too. Let's check out a different channel. I did it as it's my first song I ever made, and yeah, so I changed it up. Oh, okay. Looks like someone's here too. Let's keep swapping. I feel like this spot's the best just because of the convenience of the ramp. There's like a little nearby ramp. Should I still make this Megu seasonal even with the pocket watch? So how the pocket watch works is that it has to be on a non-seasonal character. And so you won't be able to do season with the Megu if you're planning to get the seasonal rewards again. If you want to go through the whole like graduation thing again. The pocket watch is basically like a skip to like skip the seasons, if that makes sense. So you would have to make a regular non-seasonal character for the pocket watch to work. And then that's the point of the Radiant start box, this one. Once you graduate, you get this, and then you give it to your, the person that you're going to give the pocket watch to. And this is where the pocket watch comes from anyway, so. And so you get like a startup gear set for that character that just used the pocket watch. So that's how the pocket watch works. How's the drop rate buff on this server? 13 minutes. Okay, let's go repop it then. Sangoon. So now you're left with 2 choices, right, Raz? Do you use the pocket watch so you can skip the whole seasons and get to playing your Megu right away? Or do you make a seasonal Megu so that you can get the seasonal rewards again? Just to be spending that time, right? So you basically, those are the pros and cons. That's what that's the caveat right? If I did have to recommend one or the other, I would kind of recommend making another seasons, because since you are a newer player, you're probably still getting used to the combat system of the game. And, you know, jumping into a brand new class without being familiar with the combat system of BDO will, it might take you the learning curve, right? It becomes really, really steep, right? In comparison to someone who already knows, yeah, oh yeah, that's a forward guard here. My shift skills are my AoE, space skills are usually movement, stuff like that. So I would recommend just making a new season, get those seasonal rewards again, and that's a good chance to just learn the game again from the perspective of Meku. Is there a benefit to doubling the rewards? So if you go to the currency tab, do you know where the currency tab is? You can see the Seals of Journey, and you can see there's some pretty useful stuff that you can acquire. I can't show you right now because I'm in a boss fight, but it's like somewhere in the top right or in your escape tab. You can look for the currency thing in your escape tab. The tigers attacked me during the middle phase. What should I be getting with those? Off the top of my head, I like picking up the maids. The maids are always going to be very useful. If you're into life skilling, there is Floramos accessories, which is a good starter set for getting life skill going if you're interested with life skilling. I'd have to look at the currency tab to see what else is there, because I don't know them off the top of my head. Here we go again, the iframe. This is why this fight takes so long, is because he keeps iframing. Morning, Michael. Dude, overwhelming amount of pop-ups for a new player. Are you talking about the alerts, Raz? You can turn off. I recommend turning it off if you haven't already. From the general settings, alerts, turn everything off for the most part. I like to keep notifications on just to keep track of like marketplace stuff. So you can turn all of those off if you're talking about those. Okay, as for the seasonal Seals of Journey, again, the maids are pretty useful. Ooh, I didn't realize these give magical shards, guys. What the hell? I did not know. It's 180 magical shards, guys. Holy moly. Oh, the pets. Ooh, the pets are pretty good, yeah. Maids, pets. I think those are the priority. You won't be able to get everything, Raz, on your like first one. So you might be able to get like one or two choices, but I do recommend getting the maids and pets first. And then this is the Floramus accessory for like the setup, or like the basic set, for, well, I wouldn't call it like basic. It's like a little bit more like medium advanced for your accessories for life skilling. Other than that, that's pretty much it. Everything else is kind of like meh. I guess this one, if you are wanting some of those subscription buffs, but they do only last for 15 days. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that are too priority in this. It would probably just be maids and pets. Okay, let's get started with the grind. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Feed the pets. And pick up a 40% drop rate. Put this on. Horse buff. And now we're gooch. Talking about the different menus and stuff, just a lot as a fresh starter. The just like a UI for BDO. It was worse before. In my personal opinion, it was like a lot worse before. They've cleaned up a lot of things. So before it used to be one giant, you could still use the old menu, I'm pretty sure, but the old menu was literally all of the buttons in one big menu, and you just have to remember where everything was. Now we have a search bar at least and categories, but before they literally just slapped on every button in one giant menu, which some people still use, and you can still use the old menu if you want. I hate the old menu. That was terrible, personally. But it takes some time to get used to. I think you could say that with any system, like in anything. It just takes especially MMOs. If you just go to any MMO, like any system, will take some time to get used to. So it's just a learning curve in that way. Did I run out of whale pots? What the hell? Whale tendon potions? I did. I'm almost out of superior whale tendon potions. I use them very liberally here. I just like pop it whenever I want. You don't notice I just ran through everything. Let's put some more biotas on. Whale tendon potions. I'm pretty sure you can use the green ones and upgrade them to blue ones, right? So let's go do that real quick. Okay. I feel like it's definitely supplied overall from the 5-6 years ago. There's just a bit more going on, which is fair. It's been a long time. Yeah, there's been a lot of systems that's been added. I recommend just like checking out the different categories. And also what I like to do is if I use a system very often, you can pin it. So I have a bunch of stuff that's pinned over here. So if I ever need to like redeem a coupon code, then it's like right there for me because I pinned it. And you can pin it by just like right clicking on it. So you'd be right, oh, it would be recently used, so you would have to make it into a recently used function, and then you would right-click it from here to pin and unpin things. So it's like kind of a way to bookmark it. There's a lot of systems in game where you have to just go out of your way to learn. The game won't hold your hand on those kind of things. They give you the tools to figure it out. And a lot of the times you pick this up from, honestly, just other players. Other players just talking about it, or like, let's say you see a stream of a player just using a system that you never saw before. Do you have a tent, Raz? Because there's a way to keybind your tent, which I use all the time. Same thing with maids. You can keybind your maids, keybind your pets, keybind your crystal. You can keybind a lot of things. There is like a free version of the tent if you don't want to pay for the premium tent. But it takes a bit of effort to upkeep. But you can definitely get away with using the free tent for really basic stuff. Same thing like with Villa buff as well. You don't need a secret book of Old Moon to get a villa easily. You just need to leave an alt at the villa. Play obscure. I feel like I've asked so much, but another thing I saw was that they made getting infinite potions easier. Can you give the quick rundown on that? I feel like fairies and pots are a good priority. So you can get something called Atanis Elements. So after you graduate, you can talk to Fugarb, and he'll give you some quests to get some Atanis Elements. You also just naturally get Atanis Elements from grinding certain spots. I don't know those spots off the top of my head, but you can check the Monster Zone info in the in-game menu to see which spots drop those. I think you can just use like the search function. Additionally, you can just buy the pots too off the market. They made them market placeable. They are, I wouldn't say they're like super expensive, but it might seem super expensive to a brand new player because they are like 10 to 15 bill, depending on like if there's like a lot of new players coming around. So those are two new ways to acquire them. Is Atanis Elements, which you can exchange the elements for the pity pieces of the items, of the full pieces. Or you can just outright buy the whole potion if you don't want to deal with that. You just save up silver. 2.2 bill, that's a while away. Yeah, so a lot of players are recommended to be making it on their own. The buying option is more so for the people who, let's say they were playing the game for a long time, they never wanted to grind for the infinite potion, right? And they're like end game already, so they'd rather be grinding end game spots than going back to those places to grind the pots. Or just somebody who just doesn't want to grind those spots at all, so they can just buy it from the marketplace. Have you already graduated, Ras? Or are you still working on? And don't worry about asking questions. I love answering new player questions. Still a few more quests to go, but so close. Okay, okay. Have you visited Choice's stream yet, Raz? He is another very popular video streamer, and on his Discord, he actually has a step-by-step guide on what to do after graduation. So you can use that as some resources to get you going. Ooh. Sitting there for a bit too long. I'll definitely check out his post-grad guide then. First, I gotta learn the enhance system. It's got me something how to effectively get these Tuvala items to pen. The Tuvala items, you just click enhance. Res, it's not too complicated on the Tuvala systems. A lot of people, I think I mentioned before yesterday, you just keep clicking enhance, and then eventually it will succeed. Because I'm pretty sure from pry to try, it's guaranteed, so you cannot downgrade. So you literally just have two enhancements to succeed, right? Is Tet and Pen. So you would just like tap it to Tet, and then get your pity on Pen, or maybe it just goes because luck. I promise, there's no rocket science for Tuvalas. There's a little bit more rocket science on other items to be more effective, but for Tuvala, there's no rocket science. You just keep clicking enhance until it goes. Don't even bother with fell stacking. I usually don't, Raz. I just keep tapping it away because the timeless blackstones are very easy to acquire. That is your only, literally your only expense on it. So I usually just like tap it all the way. And I think the pity for pen is only like 7 attempts. So it's not that many failures before it becomes literally guaranteed for pen. Did you run out of timeless blackstones, Raz? And make sure you're grinding on the seasonal servers to get more timeless blackstones as you're grinding. Where have you been grinding anyways? Because some recommended spots are the potion piece spots, which are Sherikon Necropolis.
Hero D.
Oh! Hi, Jude! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome back for 8 months. Thank you, thank you. Have you been enjoying that new manhwa? Well, it's not a new manhwa, but This Witch of Mine manhwa. It's a very interesting story, I found, because it starts out very typical, right? You're very, very like typical, antagonist, protagonist thing in like the first 2 chapters, and then it like switches it up. I remember Sherikon being a pain for the mobs over there are a little bit annoying. They have like a lot of CC, whereas Forest Ronos and Cactums, they just die. They don't like block you too. No spoilers, of course, yeah. Don't worry. Not even close to running out? Yeah, then just tap away, Raz. Just keep tapping away until you hit pen on your 2 volley gear. If you have plenty of timeless blackstones. You can repair it easily with more timeless blackstones. They've consolidated everything, Raz. Before, there used to be an individual item for each thing that you need to do. Right, you needed to like use an item to exchange it for the armors, and then you needed another item to like guarantee Pride, Duo, and Try, and then you need another item to repair the thing. So there was a lot of different items, and then they just literally consolidated everything into timeless blackstones. So you use it for the guarantee system, you use it for the repair system, you use it for acquiring it. How does season server work at the moment? I can just spam characters if I have tickets, and season tokens get traded for goodies. So the season tickets, you can think of it as, I don't know where I was going with the analogy, but you consume a ticket when you graduate, essentially. So before, it used to be time gated, right? Before, it used to be like every 3 months there would be a new season. And then players can go through the season and then do the graduation whenever they, are ready to graduate. Now you can start your season whenever you want with the ticket, and then the ticket gets consumed when you graduate, and then you get your stuff. Does the season reset? It resets after you graduate, yeah. For the tokens that you get. So you can get more Seals of Journey if that's what you're talking about. But the rewards are limited. But you won't be able to get everything in the Seals of Journey. because they're just, you know, well, technically, if you keep doing your seasons over and over, you'll get everything, but it's not worth doing it that many times. It's a catch-up mechanic, so you honestly need to do it like maybe once or twice before you get everything that you would really want from seasons, and then you would just continue on regularly, right? Don't think of it as like a boost for your account. Think of it as like a catch-up mechanic for players coming back to the game or newer players. So for me, I literally don't do seasons anymore unless there's a specific thing that I need from seasons. So for example, they released a new fishing rod on a recent season, which you can't get anymore. So that was like an exclusive thing. But those are the only reasons why I would ever go back to seasons. Otherwise, do your seasons like once or twice, and then you're probably done with the rest of your seasons. Taking the centers for a T10 attempt. You don't get that many right. I think it's like 2 or 3. Wish they still did old seasons. Do you mean like time gated? Tripped? Like where it was like every 3 months? I think with this way, there's not that awkward pause in the middle, because that was like the biggest issue with seasons back in the day. Was, let's say somebody got into the game, right, at during a time where seasons was ending, and they literally had like a week left to finish everything. And you know, a week might seem like a long time to finish seasons, but let's say you're a brand new player and you want to take your time with it or something like that, or you don't know what to do, right? It might take you longer. Then you're just like screwed. Then you can't finish your seasons, you know? So with this way, I do think it's a lot more better for like flexibility on the time. You can just join whenever you want instead of being time constrained. So I'm pretty sure that's the main reason why they did it in the first place, was to prevent that issue from happening. I only really care about because at least they gave out our ticket. Well, as I mentioned before, Shript, how many times do you really need to do seasons before you like do other things, you know? At least for me, like again, I only really did seasons like a few times, but afterwards, like it's like you're more better off just playing the game regularly to get the stuff, if that makes sense. Just like grind where you should, like those higher end areas to make more money. I feel like sticking with seasons. Okay, the only reason that would be good to stay in seasons, from what I've seen, is honestly gathering, life skilling, because there you're actually just like not limited, and you just get bonus stuff. So that is the only, probably the example of where seasons is actually really good for a veteran player, is staying it just to do some life skilling, because then you get like extra stuff from life skilling, like the timeless blackstones, because I know Garnier does that a lot. But other than that, I feel like if you're a veteran player, you should not need to worry about seasons after a certain point, you know? What are you getting with the coins that are so like needed as a veteran player, Shript? Because if you do seasons like as a free to play, like you don't buy the black spirit pass or whatever, the thing to get extra seals of journey, how many seals are you really getting? Like what, like 60 or something? And you're not, what are you picking up with that that's so like necessary? I just find it like so, I don't know, like you're better off using your time for something else is what I'm trying to say. Again, I just view it as a catch-up mechanic for players who are new to the game or returning. For veteran players, I feel like you're better off doing something else as a veteran player, is what I'm trying to say. I did the latest season for the Try Fallen God. That is a really different, what do you call it, category. As what I mentioned before, remember when I talked about the I recently did a season because there was this exclusive thing that they just added, right? Which was the rod. So that's kind of like that category I would put that in. And also at the same time, if you're a veteran player, you'd have probably already had a Deck to Vala. And so that would not be an issue. But if you didn't have it, then that would be more understandable. But at the same time, if you've never done seasons, you probably have a ticket already to get the Deck to Vala thing, you know? Unless you've been continuously doing your seasons every season. I guess that would be the only case where you would not have a season ticket, is that you were just continuously doing your seasons and you ran out of tickets and you just never made a Deck to Vala armor for whatever reason. But that's just so specific and niche. I don't know. I feel like it's just like, if you're gonna complain about something, or maybe not maybe complaining is not the right word, but if you're going to like, I don't like seasons. F seasons. Stop doing seasons, guys. Like, don't worry about seasons if you're a veteran player, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not, do something else, okay? Just play the game. Just don't do seasons if you're a veteran player. It's not gonna benefit you that much, I promise. Just play the game. How many Agris coins are you getting with your 60 Seals of Journey? How many? how many Agris coins are you getting? Like what, 2? It's not. Don't worry about those Agris coins, okay? I know I'll be making more money just grinding it out, but I need some change once in a while. I mean, I guess. It's just like, it's so, I don't know. I don't know how to, the right word to describe it. It's like, it's so like minuscule, in my mind at least, to have to redo season, like to want to redo seasons after you're like established already, right? Because seasons is there to catch you up and establish you into the game. And after like once or twice, you're probably established into the game after doing seasons like once or twice already, right? So I just find it like very minuscule in the grand scheme of things. If you're looking for something else to do, like there's like, if that's your excuse, is that you're looking for something else to do, there's so many other things to do, is what I'm trying to say. Lost TV, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. We're just grinding some lava Fogans here. 100 seals per season. Is it 100? I don't remember. I just know it was like an insignificant amount for me to want to redo seasons just for the Agris coins. Let's say you're a veteran player and you did seasons as fast as you can. How fast can you finish seasons? If you're like literally like 420 blaze it through the seasons, how fast do you think you can finish seasons? Maybe like a couple hours? I don't know. I don't know if those like couple hours that you spend. Yeah, I don't know if those couple hours you spent to get like 5 Agris coins every. Let's say we did get it every 3 months, right? We got a new ticket every 3 months, and you spent like a few hours doing your seasons. Like. I just find the 5 Agris coins very insignificant for that like small portion of time. I don't know. But that's just me. Okay, let me put a disclaimer. Is that I find doing seasons again as a veteran player like not that significant in the grand scheme of things for me at my point. So we'll change it to more of a subjective thing. I don't know if subjective is the right word, but my situation. For me, for my situation, I just feel like it's very insignificant. But let's say you are not in my position and like maybe it is pretty significant for you in your opinion, you know, then sure. Okay. I will change my opinion thanks to you guys in chat. I will change my opinion to it's not important for me, but if you really care about it, go for it. There we go. We'll agree in that way. Okay. You've changed my mind. Depends if there's someone to level you up. Oh, like power leveling? Yeah, that would definitely speed it up. You got some homies. Homies to help you out. Have you guys ever had a homie help you out? Wink. It's an interesting experience. I meant power level, guys. Obviously. Rusty, why is it rusty back there? Did you see the question I got asked above? Could you copy pasta it, Raz? Yeah, I may have missed it earlier. What was your question? Yeah, if I miss anything in chat, guys, I promise I'm not ignoring you. I just miss something in chat sometimes. Feel free to copy pasta the message. Have you tried the little trick that I told you, Raz, about popping out the window? You said you use Opera, right? How dare you miss something while grinding? Dude, one time... Okay, it was at Golden Pig Cave. Do you guys know Golden Pig Cave? So one time somebody was asking me, like, oh, like, what do you do to kill the Golden Pig from Golden Pig Cave, right? The grind spot. And I was like, I spent like a good 10 minutes just intently watching my VOD with the person to, like, you know, dedicate that time to help them out with how to do it. And then 10 minutes later, they asked me another question, and then I missed their question, not intentionally. And they said, oh yeah, like they mentioned, yeah, I'm gonna go because you're ignoring me, obviously. I'm like, what? There's no way you just said that. I felt so freaking... First of all, like, flabbergasted that they ever thought that I was intentionally ignoring them after I literally spent like 10 minutes ago, spent a good amount of time just helping them. Like, I could have just pulled out the VOD for them and been like, hey, watch this. I literally pulled it up for them on stream and like talked to each individual movement. Like, oh yeah, during this attack, you want to use this attack to get behind, you know, the booty hole, you know, to hit him with the back attacks, right? And I'm like, what? There's no way they said that. Oh my god. Anyways, even taking into account the pity the resets on the pop, feels like the odds are against me when 5% is just dropping back to try. Well, the odds of 5% is like 20 attempts, right? The odds of 5% is 1 out of 20, right? So you're more likely to hit the pity than not hit the pity, right? With 5%. And again, the timeless blackstones are so stupidly easy to get. So that's why people just like slam their Tuvala to pen without any stacks, because the pity system is just so easy to get the pen with now. So for me personally, would not spend any additional expenses to get it up And you could use those for other things, those extra stacks for other things. For whatever it is. Have you picked up the Nadir's band yet, Raz? Because what you could do is save, because when you fail, you get a fail stack up, right? So let's say you know, failed a couple times to get it to Tet, right? You could save that stack on the Nadir's band and then use it for pen. And then if it fails, then you put it back on the band. So you just need to be level 58, I believe, to pick it up. So that's something you can use to increase your odds, but at the same time, it's like, it's not that big of a deal. It's just Tuvala. You got the band yesterday? Okay. That's good. So when you fail, just put the extra stack that you get from failing to your band. What was the pop-up trick? So hover your mouse over the little mini player, Raz, and you can pop it out. There's like a little button that pops it out. And then you can unmute the little pop-out window. And then you can still hear the streamer during the ads. And it only works on a non-Chrome browser. But you mentioned, I'm pretty sure I remember you mentioning you had Opera, and Opera should work. Mute the pop-out? You unmute the pop-out. Because the pop-out is the stream. So when the ad is playing, there's like a little mini player of the stream above the Twitch chat. And then you pop it out, and then you unmute the little pop-out. And then you can hear me. And then you can just mute the ads that are playing. Hopefully this works. I mean, I use it all the time, so. And again, you're not using Chrome, right? Because it doesn't work on Chrome for whatever reason. And this has been a thing for like a very long time, Raz. I don't know when, but it's been a thing since like 2 years ago. Since I've learned it 2 years ago. So it might have been a thing like longer than that. But not many people know about it. But it's a thing. Opera? Yeah, then it should work on Opera. Hi, Bad Kitten. Welcome in, welcome in. now I will say to you. Gonna lurk while I play a game. Finally get some chill time to yourself. Oh, what game are you playing? Oh, you mentioned you were gonna lurk. Like, don't let me, don't let me bother you from playing the game. Enjoy your chill time. Sidewindaroo. Thank you so much for the follow. Hopefully you said your name right. I think it's Sidewindaroo. Is that like Sidewind but with a kangaroo at the end? Not the double hop from this froggy. Warframe. Ooh, we got some Warframe songs in this playlist. Warframe got some good songs. Originally Sidewinder or just side and then add the roo. I see. Do you like kangaroos by chance?
Start of the new year.
George, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back to 13 months. Sheesh. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Is that a new badge from Stream Elements? Oh my god, they got a chatbot badge. Oh my god. Is that new? I feel like I haven't seen that before yet. Okay. This time is such a good time to like relax, grab a snack. They are speeding this up though, so we won't have as much time to AFK. But this has been like really nice. I feel like my hands are in the best condition they've ever been. Okay, I'll have to turn these into blue potions in the future. Do you guys recognize this thing? It's the Balanos theme. The Devos. I should probably keep selling these as soon as I can. What should I do with these distorted fragments of origin? They don't really sell. Can you vendor them? Doesn't seem like it. You eat them? Oh. It's a type of seasoning. The distorted fragments. Like this. You know what I saw somebody do? To make like tomato seasoning or tomato powder. So basically they boiled some tomatoes and then they peeled the skin off and then they put all of the tomato peels into like a dehydrator and they grinded it up. And now they just literally had like tomato powder seasoning or whatever. And like I did not think about that. And then they made tomato sauce with the peeled tomatoes. I'm like thinking about investing in a dehydrator, but at the same time, I feel like the oven does it this doesn't the oven kind of do it as well? Doesn't the oven also like dehydrate? I was thinking of also like dehydrating fruits. Because I like to make tea a lot, and I'm like, oh, why don't I add like a little dehydrated lemon slice into my tea, you know? You know what I mean? If I get if you start getting excited about like dehydrators and kitchen appliances, does that mean I'm old? Does that mean I'm getting old? It's over for you, damn it. I'm about to gamage. I'm about to gamage. Ah! But I have been thinking about like less waste overall. Like for example, eggshells. Or like let's say chicken bones. You can use eggshells and chicken bones as like fertilizer for your plants. And I do have a lot of plants. Because you know how like in Minecraft, you know how they use bone meal to grow the plants instantly? Well, apparently that's true IRL, is that you use like bones to make bone meal. Isn't that crazy? Okay, let me teach you. I watched a TikTok about it. So basically, you boil the chicken bones and then you get like a nice chicken broth, right? And then after you boil the bones, you want to like clean them and then you want to put them in the oven for some time. I don't know how long, but until they like become brittle. And then you blend it in like a blender because they become brittle. And now you have bone meal. And then now you just like add the bone meal with some like water. And now you got like bone meal water for your plants. You're welcome. Now you got bone meal. And now you can grow your wheat instantly. The lessons of Minecraft. Or beta! Or beta buff, guys. Baby. Saw someone running a minion build with a huge elephant. It has 200k up and burns everything into death. The elephant in PoE 2? Like a specter? Oh my god. That sounds fun. That sounds very like gimmicky though. I feel like you could do that with like another specter, but I bet the elephant is like a lot more like fun to use, right? Because it's like big. But I've seen people just do that burn build with just like skeletons or something. Or like any, maybe not skeletons, but like basically any specter with like a lot of HP, so. We're bound together now and forever. I was thinking about maybe doing like a solo self-found run trickling. Because I feel like with this league or this patch, it's like very easy to kind of like build your own gear. Because the gear that I had that I was using, I kind of want to say the majority of it is made. Well, I don't want to kind of say, like literally 90% of the gear was crafted by me. But at the same time, I did get the materials from exchanging with the currency. So it might be kind of hard to build it yourself if you don't have the currency to trade with other people. Because I was only able to craft those things because I was able to, like, you know, exchange exalts and divines for like those fracturing orbs and the, you know, the omens of homogenizing and all that jazz. So might not be as easy as I think with solo self-found, because solo self-found like literally means that is that you have to use everything you find yourself. Main issue would be spamming rituals for homos, which quite are rare. Jay, running any twisted lightstones? No, I'm just using vicious shadows. Just using vicious shadows. I'm a vicious shadows enjoyer. Do you guys hear the descending bass line in this song? It's so freaking good. Just listen to it, guys. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. It's so good. Okay, listen to this next part here. It's so good. No, oh my god. I thought this guy died. Okay. They need to make his HP like not disappear when he does that attack, because I'm like, I think he dies, but he's not dead, and he has like 1 HP, and then he resets his HP if he goes too far. I hate this ghost. I hate that attack that he does. It looks like he dies, but he just fakes you out. He does like a feigned death. Oh, the Etric worked. Let's go. So now you know how to do it. Got all gear to pen to Vala, now accessories, which suck a tad more. I would say the accessories are like not that big of a priority, but it's just like convenient to just have a pen for extra gear for like alts and stuff. but I wouldn't prioritize it over the weapons and armor if you got all those to pen already. Just keep in mind, Raz, you do get one free pen ring and pen earring at like 61 or something. So, oh, and also another thing. Oh shoot, I should have probably mentioned, Raz. There's an item. I totally forgot about this item. There's an item that guarantees one pen something. Pen accessory and one pen gear. So I don't know if you saw that already in the season pass. Because you mentioned you still had like a few quests left, so I'm like, did you do that already? Because if you said you had the few quests left, I feel like you would have had the item already. Right? It's like an frozen tier or something like that. It's like a frozen blackstone. Do you happen to see that on the season pass? So you get like one free armor or weapon with that, like a free pen, like a tap from Tet to pen for free, and one for accessories too. So I don't know if you already penned all of your weapons and armor. If you did, then you know, then that item is useless now. But if you still have something to pen, then there you go, you get a free one. But I completely forgot about that item. Bum, 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 bum. Can't let go. Last night I actually used the gear stone on one of my weapons, not to get a free accessory. Okay, so you were able to utilize it. Let's go. Yeah, you should get one more for your accessory. And so again, you do get one free pen earring and one ring. So you would only have to craft one belt, earring, ring, and necklace to pen. Hades 2 releases in 3 days. Oh, I think that's the roguelike, right? Hades 2. The roguelike game. Trickling, have you ever played Death Must Die? Because I feel like it's very similar to Hades in a way, just like the style, I guess. Death Must Die. You've never played any Vampire Survivors. Oh. Do you not like any of those genres, like the Vampire Survivor genres? Should I use the stone on Duella necklace and enhance the remaining belt, ring, and earring? Yeah, that makes sense. It doesn't matter like too much, because eventually you're gonna, have to enhance it to pen anyways. So whatever you choose it on, it doesn't matter too much. So just remember to just be able to use it. Too much strain of the eyes. I didn't like them as much as actual roguelikes. Ah, I see, I see. Have you ever played a game called Don't Starve Together by chance, Trickling? Because I feel like Don't Starve Together is a little bit like a roguelike. I kind of want to say a lot of people play Don't Starve Together like a roguelike. Butara knows about Don't Starve Together. You watch friends play, yeah. So I think the biggest thing that makes it a roguelike is the skill system. There's characters with skills, like a skill tree. And as you keep progressing, you unlock more things on your skill tree. So whether you die or not and start over a new world, you get to keep all the skills that you unlocked. Some characters don't have a skill tree yet, and so they're just, playing the game normally. But a good majority of them do. The clock lady. I haven't checked out any updates for Don't Starve Together in a while. Take me to Snurch. I wonder who came up with that. Like, what was the reason for coming up with that? I mean, it's the internet, so I guess you don't need a reason for coming up with stupid things on the internet. Take me to Snurch. Deathless death. I'm sad the early test of a mobile game ended. Which mobile game? Mobile games. Is it a gacha game by chance? Not the gacha games. We love Snail Church. Do you know about Take Me to Snurch, Raz? The meme, like the internet meme. I feel like it's a very obscure meme though, that I only heard because of Ray. I don't think anyone ever mentions Take Me to Snurch outside of my friend group. This one? Okay, I can take a look during my AFK phase. If it scrolls up too much, can you link it again? So so you remind me? Because I'll probably forget. I'm on a very strange and cursed side of the internet, yes. I see, I see. Do you watch a lot of like creepypastas by chance, Raz? Are you a creepypasta enjoyer? Because there's some channels like Nightmine that I love and enjoy. This game is Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon meshed into one. Oh. Oh, but it's a gacha game? Oh. I do know it was Darkest Dungeon. Oh, I've never played Darkest Dungeon. But I do know of it. It's like a turn-based game set in like a very dark fantasy world. Bum, bum, bum. Addictive roguelike card game. Ooh, you know what's another roguelike that I've enjoyed in the past as well? I haven't looked into this game in a hot minute, but have you guys ever played Plate Up? The cooking roguelike game? Oh my god, the good times. It's been so long since I last played Plate Up. Holy. Bum, bum, bum. Ooh, it's gonna be nighttime soon. Be careful. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my god, I love the Monster Hunter soundtrack. I guess Monster Hunter is kind of like a roguelike, maybe not. I guess you don't really start over, never mind. It's more like an RPG. Because the thing with roguelikes, right? Like the aspect of it is like you start over. Then would you guys say League of Legends is kind of like a roguelike? Because you do kind of like start over each time, right? In your opinion, is it harder to grind Tenem or Lava Toads? I feel like they're both kind of easy, Michael. I feel like both of them are easier than Orbita. I honestly think Orbita is harder, just because there's like so much more to keep track of. And in Tenebrum and Lava Fogans, it's very straightforward. There's like not much to think about. But I feel like there's a lot more, I don't know, like pressing things to do in Orbita more than Tenebrum and Lava Fogans. Like their mechanics are just like not that complicated. And then Orbita all of a sudden has like all of these other layers that you gotta like min-max and stuff like that. For here and Tenebrum, there's like not much to min-max, right? Because in Orbita, you kind of like min-max the positioning of the golem, and then you get the buff, right? And you got to position the golem in a proper spot, etc., etc. But here you kind of just hit the mobs, right? I guess that wasn't your answer, or the question you were asking. Is like between Tenebrum and Lava Fogans. I guess Lava Fogans just because of the stat requirement. Just purely that. Mechanically, I would say they're both very easy. And then the only caveat would be the stat requirement, right? 'Cause stat requirement for Lava Fogans is much higher than Tenebrum by about 100 AP, right? So that would probably be the hardest thing to do for Lava Fogans, is getting to those higher brackets. But they're both not mechanically difficult at all, I don't find, personally. Silver-wise, probably Lava Fogans. You're 80 below Tenebrum. Oh. Well, that should be fine for Tenebrum, but if you're 80 below Tenebrum, then you're like 200 AP below Lava Fogans. And I would imagine you would probably be able to more efficiently grind Tenebrum than Lava Fogans and make more money at Tenebrum. Are you also another Monster Hunter enjoyer, Raz? What weapon do you play? What's your main weapon? Are you by chance a filthy longsword main? By chance? Are you one of those filthy longsword mains? Hmm? Absolutely not. Good. We hate those longsword mains. Get out of here. Oh, the insect glaive. Yeah, insect glaive has been really popular lately. Dude, the offset for the insect glaive is so freaking good. One of the best offset attacks. First time seeing you here. Like at this grind spot, Water Zura, or just like seeing me stream on YouTube in general. Hi. Welcome in Water Zura. Dude. Oh, thank you for reposting, Wutara. Let's take a looky. Um, Oh, this looks like a game Wutaru would enjoy. Of course. Like, just right off the bat, I'm like, this is a Wutaru game for sure. This is a Wutaru game. Oh, it does look like Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, it does look like Darkest Dungeon. Oh, they got dice rolls too? Oh, damn. Oh. Jesus. Looking respectfully. Oh my God. I can't stop looking. Oh, there's a card game system too? Oh, wait, that's like a Slay a Spire thing, right? Okay, interesting. Oh, if you die, they literally like eat you up. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, that's brutal. Dang. How long until this comes out? Damn. What game is that? It is called Chaos Zero Nightmare, and it looks to be a combination of mechanics from Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon. And I could definitely see that with Terraria. Like the brutality of it, and then the card system. Very Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon. Interesting. Okay. You had early access. Oh, so you've played it. Ooh, we got some crystallized end times. This past weekend. Oh, it comes out October 15th. That's not too far away. That's like 3 weeks, right? That's not too far away. Oh shoot, I need to reboof. I'm out of boofs. Don't hit me, mobs, please. Get it. Okay. They were about to slam my asshole, but we got in. Let's go. Water Zero, do you usually watch on Twitch? What is your Twitch name? Hi, Dr. Bercy. It was leaked on the app stores. The game? Oh. Oh, you don't watch Twitch very much, Water Zero? Oh, I see. Okay, before we get started with this next hour, guys, I just want to quickly grab some water. So, I guess while I go grab some water, why don't you guys watch the trailer again? Because it looked very interesting, Wutaro. Maybe I'll try it out. We'll see. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. This was the original trailer. Let's take a look. There we go. Oop. Oh, Wutaro, I'm having this issue, Wutaro. When I click on links in my OBS chat, it opens it in Microsoft Edge and not my default browser anymore. And I just had this issue yesterday. I don't know why. All I did was restart my computer, but I don't know if you've had that issue before. When it is, yeah, my default apps say it's Firefox, but I'm like wondering, maybe it's an OBS issue. Yeah, my default browser says it is Firefox, so I'm not sure why. Maybe it's a setting in OBS or something. Let me see if I can find it here. General? OBS is causing issues lately? Yeah. Why is OBS being annoying? I mean, it's not that big of an issue. I just gotta like copy paste your link into Firefox. So it's like not that big of an issue, but you know, it was more convenient before when you would just click on a link and it would just open it on Firefox, you know what I mean? Maybe check OBS to see if it opens up links into X browser. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I just don't know where I would look for that. You know, like I just look in general settings. I don't know where to see it, so I'd have to look into it. Yeah, I don't know where that would be, if that is a thing. Six system access security level. Her home. Oh, a failure? No. Wait, I saw one. I saw a mail, I think. There. Right here. We got one. We got one, guys. we got one. There's one there. Did he carry it with your fresh accessories? Oh yeah, yeah. Some of them carry over. Oh, we can fix them, guys. We can fix them. I can fix her. I can fix him. Right? I can fix her. I can fix her. We can fix everybody. I don't know about her. She got plants growing on her face. Okay, okay. Interesting. It's easy. Oh, do you know this, Rita? And Watara was just showing us this new mobile game that apparently is a mixture of Slay the Spire mechanics and Darkest Dungeon mechanics. So, I mean, I have watched a lot of, not Slay the Spire, but Darkest Dungeon playthroughs. Darkest Dungeon has, it's like, hold on, let me pull up Darkest Dungeon. Is there a trailer? Because Darkest Dungeon has this like really brutal looking sort of style. 9 years ago, Jesus Christ. Wait, isn't there Darkest Dungeon 2? I think there's a sequel, right? We don't wait, what happened with DD2? Is it not that good? It's what makes it just like not as good? It isn't the same? Let's take a look. What do you mean it's not the same? It resets every time? Oh, like a roguelike? Is it like a roguelike? You don't run a town. Oh. Oh, interesting. The is it like pseudo, is it 3D? But then they put the art style like 2D? Because I saw like when they were like moving, it looked very 3D. Right? Like when this guy was moving. Right? 2.5D, yeah. I do really like the art style though. It's very interesting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. What are the comments saying? It seems like there's still like positive, a lot of positive comments, but was that like the biggest issue for you, Wutara? Is that you're not running a town, you're just like moving from town to town? You didn't like that aspect? Kingdom's launch trailer. Wait, is this new? This is 7 months ago. Do you want to fight monsters with Death's Door? What is Death's Door? What's that? Oh, is it like you're almost dead? Oh. Is this like an update? Maybe this is like a fix for all of the issues you have? They don't die, they linger on 1-up and have a chance to resist dying. Oh. So you've played a lot of Dungeons, or Darkest Dungeon trickling? Ooh. I suck, but I wrote credits in the first game once. I see. Kingdoms. Free update. Ooh. A kingdom sounds like you're running a town. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. That was a nice little break. Ariana. Yeah. Thanks for checking CZ and thank you for sharing, Wutaro. I always appreciate people sharing me their interests, whether it be music or video games or media or art. I found it finally. Something was missing. It's the sub. Oh, your sub ran out. I see. The sub badge. We played the free to play during the test, and it looks like you don't need to spend money because you weren't given much currency. Ooh, looks like it is nighttime, so I gotta be careful here. Let's turn on the lights. Do you get any, like, I don't know, founders badge or beta test rewards for testing the beta? Something exclusive for being a tester? No, damn. Wait, is this another Ariana Grande song again? Sheesh. But he wasn't a match. Wrote some songs about Ricky. Now I listen and laugh. Even almost got married. And for Pete, I'm so thankful. Cause he was an angel. Not Malcolm. The music video for this song is really cool because they go through a lot of like old movies. Like Legally Blonde, I think, was one of the references. I forgot the other one where she like became an adult or something. 13 going on 30, I think that's what it was. Gone too fast. Ooh, the damage. Careful. Just a master beta title. Okay, Sir Potter. Hi, Sir Potter. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. We were just checking out some trailers on this new mobile game called Chaos Zero. Frick, what's it called, guys? Chaos Zero something? Neo? Chaos Zero Neo? Chaos Zero Nightmare. And it kind of has like combined gameplay mechanics from Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon, which looked interesting because I do really like Darkest Dungeon. Never really played it myself, but mostly watched like other streamers play it. Got so much patience myself. Amazing. Next. Thank you. Next. Oh, that's what we need. I see, Watcher. We need some Ariana Grande memes for my redeems. Like a yeah or something. That's what we need. Next. Vert? It's the Vert song. Every time, I always think about Vert whenever this song plays. Is this still his song that he uses? It is. I remember Joe Bell was always like, "Oh my god, I don't remember opening up a Vert Twitch channel." Ba-da-da-da. I saw Killia started up a new Minecraft server again. And I'm like, do I join? Do I play Minecraft again? I feel like we recently played Minecraft though. Like back in August. Maybe this time I stream my adventures on the alt account. Is it modded? I believe so. I think they're playing all the mods? All the mods 10 or something? Which is literally like all the mods. The mod pack that I played last time was Craftopia? I think that's what it was called. Like Craft something. Which is almost like all the mods. Cave Dweller? What is Cave Dweller? What's that? Don't know what you've done, but it's gone. Put up a parking lot. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Have you played that mod pack before? I see. Sweet to go, and you don't know what you've got till it's gone. Hi, Unspoken. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? Horror mod? He appears in caves and follows and screams at you? What? I don't know if all the mods has horror mods in it. Hopefully not. I don't really like horror. I'm not good with horror. I don't do good with horror games, guys. What about you, Icy Watcher? Or Unspoken, do you do well with horror movies or horror games? You can't do horror stuff? Yeah. Wait, you can't do horror stuff, but horror movies are your favorite? That doesn't make sense. So you can do horror games, right? Oh, you just can't do the games where you're playing yourself? Okay, okay, I can see that, yeah, because it's from your like perspective. To go. Oh my god, I need to see if I can find a clip from when I played this one horror game with some friends. That's one thing I can do though, is playing horror games with friends, because then you're not alone. You're getting scared together with friends, and a lot of the times it's so freaking funny when your friend like gets got. Have you played Phasmophobia before? Woosa is good at backshots. Yeah, you have a lot of good maneuverability for getting the backshots. And then if you don't want to move, you can just use Blooming Death. Let me see if I can find this one horror clip I had playing this one game. Okay, perfect time. Okay, let me go to my clips here. Content, clips. Maybe I can search Devour. Wait. Clips I've created? Up, up, up. Please tell me it's still up. Like, how do I search by game? Oh, here, Devour. One clip. Is it this one? It's this one. I found it. Hold on. This is from last year. Let me grab the link here. This is, guys, this might be a little bit scary, okay? Because I got so freaking scared doing this. This is why I can't do horror games by myself. Look at this. It's so, it just comes back up from you in the behind. I hate her, dude. Oh my god, this game. Yeah, that's why I can't do horror games, guys. It's super scary. It was real. That's wicked. It was a real scream. Have you guys ever played Devour? Yeah, my heart was pumping, serious. My heart was pumping. Have you ever played the scary maze game in VR chat? I've actually never played VR chat before, surprisingly. A lot of people think I do play VR chat. I have never played VR chat before. And I know you don't need like a VR headset to play it. I just have not played it before. A horror game in VR, yeah. I don't have the room right now, but I am moving to a new place in November. And maybe I can get like a VR setup going. We can do some VR streams. But right now I don't have room in my room for me to move around for VR stuff. I wonder if I have some Phasmophobia clips. I probably do. Because I remember Phasmophobia, we had some really fun moments. Have you guys played Phas before? The ghost hunting game. Halloween soon? Yeah, we could play some horror games for Halloween, in the spirit of Halloween. I remember you said you're moving, so you can't afford to spend money on the game and you bought Lillian. No, all these new costumes are provided by BDO, Cirrus, because I'm in the partner program. That's why I'm always like, oh, sponsored by Black Desert Online, which like literally that's the sponsor. I have to make like whenever I am getting a new costume, I have to like promote it. So that's like whenever I show off like the dyes and stuff like that, for any new costumes that I get, that's all provided by being in the partner program. Free costumes. Show Gunnerfit? Yeah, showcase all the outfits in specific. I kind of okay. So before, like, I don't want to say that it was my fault, but before they were very like non-specific with how they did the deliverables, if that makes sense. By deliverables, like what you have to do, because before they were like, oh, just showcase the outfit, right? And how I would always personally showcase the outfit, I always did it in like my specific way, which was, you know, show the default outfit, show all the hide capes, all the hide visors, all of the like the dye sections, and then showcase, you know, everything. So usually I would spend like a good like 10-15 minutes just doing that, right? And that's what I would always do for every costume that I've gotten from Pearl Abyss. And then they recently made a change that required like everybody to do that. And I'm like, was I the reason why they added all those requirements? I'm like, was I the culprit for making everyone do extra work because I just did extra work for, you know, because I just wanted to. And then I'm like, oops, guys. Duh. I'm telling people to do two things: balance PvE, PvP a little bit, and play cosmetics. Like for example, I bet a lot of people would buy a galaxy-themed weapon skins. Ooh. I'm sure they could come up with some really amazing cosmetics for us to enjoy. Have you played PoE 2 or PoE before in general? Path of Exile series? Because in PoE they go hard with the cosmetics. They do cosmetics for everything. Like Guilders 2, they do a lot of cosmetics and they sell like sheesh. What do you mean by they sell like sheesh? Like the meme? Like they sell like literally the meme sheesh? That one? Okay, 3 more crystallized and we can make another Jin Don Han Don crystal. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. Once they did a great sword skin like Berserk GS. Oh. Well, Beto has done Berserk outfits before. Serious. They did a collab with Berserk. Do you remember that? They brought it back. Even just like color swaps too, like as like skill effects. That's what I was gonna say. I would totally buy some skill effects swaps for my Woosa. Like if I had like golden explosions, golden flower explosions. Because they did it for Shy. I don't know if you guys know. They literally had a costume that did an entire skill effect swap for her skill kit. And that's the only class that has that. Where is the rest? Give me the sign, she is my bae. They'll probably make a sign for PoE too, no? Reason it's not the right season. Diamond saving on the summer's for you. Swiss Army knife? Yeah, you can build her many ways. Oh my god. That was like crazy from Beelzebub. He literally jumped like over me and then it like well, it wasn't like over me, it was like on top of me and then it like went behind me and then it back attacked me. That's so freaking rude. Please. Oh, I have, oh, here, I have some, wait, what is this? Choices Malding. What is this clip? Why does it have 160 views? What is this Choices Malding clip? What's happening? Not the way I take a picture. No, I'm like, no. As I take a picture, there's no way. No. Well, okay, what's another one here? Any other ones? Dun, 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 dun. What's this? You good guys? Copy link. They're dead. No. The way I find them, just both dead. It's in the team. I don't know why they die like that, but oh, this is from Lethal Company. Yeah, this is a good one. Yeah. Jesus. Choice, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's when I was using my little raccoon for my model for a bit there. Good luck. That's yeah. It's been a hot minute, Daru. Friends for a long time. Yeah, I feel like it's been since like 2021. I mean, that's when I started streaming. 2021. Oh my god. I've been saving all my summers for you. Oh, my AP buff is gone. Maybe I should redo it. That's 9 extra AP, guys. Let's go do that. Since we just started a cycle. Wait, why was my character so slow? Black Shrine. I noticed when Woosa uses skill, there's a moon under her or her spell. Yeah, she has a moon theme, Sirius. Yup. The moon. I've been saving all my summers for you. Like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Indies, but it only took one moment. That's what it came to mind when he said moon. Oh, take a look after this fight. So, what the? Sort of running away. Oh. Uh-oh. I gotta do that. Do-do-do. I really wish Sachan Field had a forward guard. That'd be nice. That'd be like one little tiny improvement that will be really nice. Because a lot of the times when you use Life Lure, you chain it with Sachan Field, which cuts the forward guard off from Life Lure. So if you want the forward guard, you are encouraged to linger Life Lure more often. Ooh, there we go. He didn't do the DP buff. Wish we had wings in the game, but not Cabelius. Wings with like with physics. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, I think I've seen this before. This is added, by the way. It's not like a real clip. Serious? I don't know if you knew. This is not a real clip. Because I've seen that before. It's fake. Okay, let's do Black Shrine, Sangun. Sangun. Have you done your black shrines with Woosa yet, Cirrus? Ooh, good thing I didn't do an attack, because I probably would have died from that cross section. What? He hit me out of my butterfly step. That's freaking rude. Busy at hacks. Are you grinding hacks right now? There's a Kopkaki version of this song, Icy Watcher, Monka. Why is it like always on me? The freaking cross section. Listen to it. I don't know if I wouldn't listen to Kopkaki. You know how I feel about Kopkaki. I got my sub weapon, flat 15 AP. Also, holy yeah, finally winter. Oh, what do you mean by holy yeah? It's remixed with Jaffe. Oh my god. Okay, not the gulp gulp. Of course. Of course. I think I've listened to it enough. I know where it's going. I feel like I know where it's gonna go. Finally winter? Not winter yet, it's still fall. It's autumn. Unless wherever you live, it's already started to snow. Do you prefer colder weather over hotter weather? Oh, you just said you hate summer and hot weather. Okay, okay. I caught up with the chat. I sweat in winter. Just imagine how I hate summer. Do you have... It's this... I can't remember what condition it's called. It's like hydrosis, something like that. Hypohidrosis, something like that. But it's a condition where people just constantly, you know, sweat. Do you have something like that? I think it's called hyperhidrosis, something like that. It's just me being hot. Oh. Maybe you just have like a mild case of it if you're sweating a lot, because that is a thing. And there are like treatments for that. We have the technology these days. Same thing with, let's say you have like a really oily complexion, right? Some people have like dry skin, oily skin. Because the reason you sweat, it's like a bodily response to cool you down, right? But sometimes those receptors or whatever get confused. And so you can do things to block those receptors so your body doesn't like sweat as much or produce as much oil or something, or, you know, etc., etc. Science. And a lot of the times people like, they don't look into it to like for their condition. Like, let's say they are dealing with an issue. A lot of people just like go about their day or like go about the rest of their lives like not worrying about it or not caring about it. But if it is affecting your daily life, I think it's important to like check out, you know, check out solutions to improve your quality of life. Even if it's something minor, right? That minor thing can add up, right? Again, if you're like overly producing too much sweat, that could be a sign of some sort of condition that you might have because of genetics and all that jazz. And we do have the technology to, for the most part, fix a lot of those things now. My ex were using me as a blanket during winter time. Oh, so you were just like generating a lot of heat. Oh. Hard to know. Scissor sweepers. Watch them run. Sweepers. A walking heater. Oh. Do you have your computer in your room by chance, Cirrus? Because a lot of people don't realize that their computer is actually kind of like a heater. It does generate quite a bit of heat. So if you've ever felt like your room is a little bit hot, it might be because of your computer. In which case you need like good airflow to fix that for both computer and your room. Coldplay. Every time I listen to Coldplay, I think of that one quote-unquote couple. And we'll try to fix you. You have a PC and AC going. Oh. What kind of PC you got? What kind of specs? Someone you cannot replace. When they say replace in this one, it's always like bothered me a bit. I always get bothered whenever songs kind of emphasize the not regular syllable, if that makes sense. When they say replace in the song. Or like when Katy Perry sings that one song, unconditionally. I'm like, what? Replace. Tears stream down your face. Very old PC. Oh. Surprised it's still working. Well, what kind of specs does it have? Like, what kind of GPU do you know off the top of your head? on your face. Is it like a one of those 1080s? 980? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bone. I will try to fix you. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, bum. Ba-bum-bum-bum-bum, ba-da-da-bum-bum-bum. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum, ba-da-da-da-ba-bum. Do we have the RBF daily still? It is, okay. I think today might be the last day for the RBF daily. So why don't we go do that? Do 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 do. Bum 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 ba-dum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 ba-da-da, bum 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 ba-dum. Do-do-do-do-do. I really want to get into this, but we have some loot going still. You might like get full. Maybe we wait for the next one. Ooh, we can make another crystallized actually. Why don't we do that first? I still need to get my potion skill on fairy. Ooh. Tier 2 with 5-second CD. Yeah, that does help quite a bit with survivability. Fairy, getting a new fairy is like not too bad, Cirrus. Do you already have like good skills on your fairy, or is it like a throwaway fairy? Like a fairy that does not have like good skills and you can just get a new one? Because that would be probably the cheapest way to go about it without paying any pearls. You just get a brand new fairy and hope you hit Miraculous Tier 5. I kind of say that's the most important one out of all the other ones, and then it might be continuous care after. I wanna be. Now I believe we're going up, up, up. It's our moment. I try to reset, but number 6 skill 1 poof. No 6 skill 1 oof. I try to reset, but no 6 skill 1 oof. You mean you used the Theazorb and you didn't hit the right one? Is that what you mean? It's actually much cheaper to be using your Theazorb on a brand new fairy, Cirrus, if you don't know. At level 10, it only uses one Theazorb. These ones. So that's why a lot of people, when when they're going for their best fairy, they try to go get their best skill at level 10. So if you don't hit it at level 10, you would use your Theozorbs at level 10, so it only uses 1 orb instead of 5 orbs. So a moment. I'm not getting a Radiant Fairy. Well, it's very easy to get one for free. Cirrus, do you know the method of how to get one for free? As you keep grinding, you're going to get a lot of Layla's petals, and you will easily get a bunch of tier 3 fairies if you have like a surplus of Layla's petals. So if you don't get the tier 4, you can upgrade a tier 3 to tier 4 very cheaply. Maybe like less than a bill of silver spent to get it from tier 3 to tier 4. So you get your tier 3 fairy, level it up to 30 by just feeding it random gear that you get off the market, like random green gear, right? So like, I don't know, a bunch of these or something. And then once you level it up, you get the honey wine. Do this one. You need 400 honey wine. So 400 of these is about 600 mil. And that guarantees you upgrade your fairy from tier 3 to tier 4 using the upgrade thing. So you get the growth thing. So get a tier 3 fairy, get it to level 30, and then you can growth it up to level 4 using 400 honey wine. And then you have a tier 4 fairy. And then you can keep repeating it. Like throw away your fairy, repeat it until you potentially get Miraculous Cheer. And that's a way to get it without Theozorbs, right? Is you get a bunch of tier 3s, upgrade in tier 4, and then hope that you hit Miraculous Cheer 5 on your tier 4, and if not, you throw it away and you do it again. So that would be the free way to go about it. Is just keep repeating tier 3 to tier 4 upgrades. Extract, crystal, this one. Okay, and then we grab crystallized end times, magical shards, and magical lightstones. And then we heat it up. There's Layla stuff you can get with Black Spear Greed in the currency tab. Get low tier fairy upgrade to bigger tier. Me understand, right? Yeah, so you get your Layla's petals. These ones. So when you trade in 2 of them to the person, whoever it is, you can just right click it. It's at the Camisole Temple. Where is my Layla's petals here? I'm blind. Layla. Layla. If you go to NPC location, it'll take you to Camisole Temple, exchange it for the sealed fairy wing, and then you get a bunch of sealed fairies. Here, why don't I go do it to show you? Let's shove this crystal in real quick. Hi Iris, welcome in. I has gallbladder stones and holy amount of damage it does to me. I can't even think. Well, I think you might be like me, Cirrus. You might be like me, where you're more of like a visual thinker than a cerebral thinker. Meaning you tend to do things better or learn things faster by seeing it happen in front of you, right? Like being hands-on. Because that's me as well. Is that, let's say I buy a table from IKEA, or some sort of furniture you have to assemble. When I read the instructions, it's hard for my brain to understand. But if I see a video of somebody making something, right? Like let's say I'm following a guide and there's a visual to help me see what's happening, that makes it a lot easier for my brain to understand. So let me help you out and run over there and show you. Okay, so we're at Kamasil Temple. So you grab all your Layla's petals. And if you've been grinding, you should just naturally get a surplus amount. So once you're here, I believe it's Thea. Go to exchange and then get the sealed fairy wing. This one. And then you are really likely to get a tier 3 fairy, which is called a brilliant fairy. And the brilliant fairy is tier 3, but you could also just potentially get a tier 4 out of it, which is radiant. So if you look at the list here, faint is tier 1, glimmering is tier 2, brilliant is tier 3, and radiant is tier 4. So just continue opening them. That's tier 1, tier 1, tier 2, tier 1, tier 2, tier 2, tier 1, tier 2, tier 2, tier 1, tier 2. It would be very unlucky to not get a tier 3 or tier 4 from this amount of petals that I got. There's a tier 3. We just got a tier 3. And now we're out of slots. So let me go exchange. If for the extra fairies too, what you can do is talk to Heroine, and you can exchange tier 3s, extra tier 3s for mythical feathers, or if you go to this person, Salin, you can exchange the tier 1s for more honey wine as well. So I'm gonna exchange all the extra ones here, tier 1s and tier 2s. And exchange my tier 3 for mythical feather here, and then repeat. So that was about in 40 attempts to get a tier 3. So let's see if we can get some tier 4s here. It looks like we only got tier 1, tier 3, which is kind of unlucky. Usually you get like a couple. But there you go. That's how you get your tier 3 fairy. And then you've done the quest on, you know, summoning your fairy from the thing, right? With the tree, in front of the tree or whatever. So what you would do is just throw away your old fairy. It's somewhere here. Like unsummon and then release. And then you get your tier 3 fairy, and then you upgrade it with the growth, and you just feed it like random green gear, or you can feed it honey wine too if you want. Then once you have your tier 4, you know, just do the thing that I told you before, is feed it a bunch of green gear to level it up, and hope you hit miraculous tier 5. And if you have Thea's orbs from the past, or I think there are some things here you can exchange for Thea's orbs. If I just search here, Thea's orb. No results found. Maybe no event stuff right now for Thea's orbs, but sometimes there's events that give you some Thea's orbs. Okay, let me make a few more boxes here. Process. Since change. I can't remember. Was there a way to make guru boxes by 100 batch per? or 100 portions at once. Oh, with blackstone powder. Oh, there is. Yeah, I just need to add blackstone powder. Okay. You got a brilliant fair second attempt? Let's go. Packing thing plus powder? Yeah. I guess I gotta put it inside the thing. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I remember they added something to speed this up. I just can't remember what it was, but I guess that would make sense. Blackstone powder is the thing that usually does multiply the yield when you add it into a recipe. That's good to know. I'll speed this up. How's your progression been so far in BDO, Waterzura? What's your progression look like? What are you working on? Grana Student Council? What is that title? That's a bright blue title. All the titles are so bright now. Did you guys notice? They changed the color palette of the title to be super bright. Do you guys like the new colors? Working on Deck Awakening. Oh. Dude, is that going to be your first deck weapon? What are we? Oh, not the lag from the hand in. Is it called sprouting? Might be. It's been a long time since I've had to upgrade a fairy, like 6 years. But it's one of those buttons, yeah. Whatever the button that like literally makes sense for it to upgrade, you know, it should be displayed there. It will like give you instructions on how to upgrade it. But it's been a while since I've upgraded one myself. Your first deck is offhand. Let's go. How many attempts did you do? For us, we've put a stop to our weapon upgrades for now. We're gonna focus on armors first before we go for weapons again. Because the weapons, 1% upgrade chance. But the armors are like 50 to 60% chance right now, so trying to go for the more guaranteed or realistic upgrades first before we continue with weapons again. On your 8th click, oh my gosh, grats. I wouldn't say I'm like too far ahead, or like too unlucky yet. We've only done about 46 attempts so far. So like not too deep into it yet. I think average is about 100-ish. So we're slowly making your attempts up. So hopefully we get it soon, but we're probably not going to be tapping our weapons for a while. Maybe not until like December. Because we're focusing on armors. And for armors, my plan is to do a 300 stack for every attempt going up to deck. And on average, it's about 20 bill to spend to get a 300 stack using the Origins of Hunger, the Faint Hungers, and the Origins of Hunger. If you guys didn't know, there's actually a hunger calculator on Garmata.com, very useful, and it will tell you at what stage you should be using a Faint Origin of Hunger, and at what stage you should be using a green Origin of Hunger. And so, if you guys haven't used that yet, very useful. Is that Arion?
Orion just raided us with a party of 102. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Welcome.
Orion and the Epic 102, welcome to our Raccoon Kingdom.
Welcome.
Ready for some legendary games and awesome vibes? Super thrilled you're here. Let's make this stream a blast together.
Welcome everybody from Arion Stream. My name is Jamie. Favorite animal is a raccoon. We were just doing our dailies. Just finished. We're about to do some RBF for the daily. How have you been, Ari? You're mad at PA? Scammed out of, what do you mean? 5 runs out of Prince? What? What do you mean? What happened? Yeah, you can link. Yeah, what happened? 5 runs. Stuck on the cutscene. To the monster. Okay, let me put it up here on screen. I've been having this issue, Ari. I don't know if you've had this issue with OBS before, but when I click on the link, it doesn't open with my default browser. It opens with Microsoft Edge. And I'm like, why is my OBS doing that? So I have to like copy paste the link into my default browser, which is Firefox. I don't know what happened. I just restarted my computer one day and started doing that. What the hell? Oh, you don't use chat in OBS. Oh. Okay, let's see what the heck happened. Oh. Ah? What the heck? Wait, this is the death cutscene. What the helly? What the Yeah, I've never seen that happen before. Let's see the frame at which that happened. Yeah, what the frick? He like died at 35%. Did you get credit or nah? Then it kicks you out? No. Was there any like credit or nah? You just had a cutscene. Like right there. Interesting. Like you were at about 10-15% on the HP here. What the hecky? Everyone got confused. Did everyone else also get a cutscene or just you? Were you the lone wolf? That is weird. Just you? Oh, no. Did you have to redo it, I'm assuming? Oh, man. That's weird, champ. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had that happen to me before. You didn't have time to redo? No. That stinks. How many tokens do you have so far for Prince? How many more weeks until you get your fancy title? Did you notice they changed the title colors? I noticed it one day. It's like orange now. It used to be like red or something. 12 now. I hate it, but I still want it. Dude, it's a pretty exclusive title. Not many people have it. Okay, let's do some RBF. Also, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice, long, well-deserved break after your stream, Ari. So if you have to go eat or sleep, don't let me keep you up. Ooh, can we get in this one? Yes! We are just a sniper match. They changed the shadow colors to match the title color. Oh, is that what happened? Interesting. E2, head to bed. All right, have a good night, Ari. Thank you again so much for the raid and entrusting me with your viewers. Have a good night. You got cheer level 4? There you go, Sirius. That's better than your level 2 earlier. Okay, let's see if we can get the one-shot win here. Uh-oh. Nice. Let's vert. We have to get vert. No. 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 Oh, dang. We got by the vert. We have to get him back, guys. We have to get him back. We have to get a revenge. Run. Sirox 4697. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Is he still there? Is Vert still there? No, we didn't get the kill. No. Continuous care 5. Let's go, Sirius. That's already a good fairy. There you go. Wait, someone's trying to steal our thing. Is there like a back door for that area there, or do you have to go through this choke point? We have to get Vert. Was that Vert? No, we didn't get Vert. No! Oh, shoot. Get up, get up. Ah, damn. We need to fix our thing. We keep getting bugged on our little reticle. Uh-oh. Yes! No! He V'd! No! Where's he at? No! 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 There's a second person to help him. Frick. Oh, he V'd. No! I almost got him. Where did he go? Nice. Looks like our first point is getting bombarded. Let's go try to claim it back. Oh my god, the freaking thing. Oh no! No! There was somebody on the side. I didn't see them. Get up, get up, get up, get up. They got our back point here. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. No. There's a lot of people. I try my best to defend. We're still ahead on points, but they are catching up. Did we get him? Yes, we got Bert. Let's go. Oh no. No, they got me. Where did all those people come from? I didn't even see them. What the heck? Dude, when I stack up all my flowers and explode them at once, holy, the damage. Uh-oh. Oh, no, the grab. Rick. No, get up. Your father. You walk away. Oh, oh shoot. I'm out of stamina. No! I need to back up. I'm out of stamina. Okay, let's get back in there. Walk away. So warnings. Oh shoot, there's somebody behind me. It's Bert. You don't hear me say. Wait, where'd they go? It's beyond this morning. It's a little later on. Oh, I need to back up here. Oh, we won. Let's go. No. That was a close one. They only like 200 points behind. Okay, how many kills we got? I think we got quite a bit of kills there. Hold on. 17. Ooh. I have a friend that hates the song because of the line, "Meet your father." They don't like that line. Back to Hex because I'm a money lover. How much have you been making at Hex, Serious, in terms of silver per hour? Okay, daily done. Ooh. I think that's all we have to do. Yeah. Head down, head down. 1.5 bill. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Down, head down. Head down. Oh my god. I forgot I had to like re-put the crystal here. We were missing 7 AP. Monka. Head down, head down. I know you're not a huge enjoyer of PvP, but watching you PvP is so entertaining, especially with me being a baby Woosa who came back to the game a few weeks. Still trying to understand how to be a less stiff on Woosa. I would say is track your cooldowns on your dashes stat sheet. The most important thing right now, at least I find in Awakening Woosa, is making sure that your movement is always protected. Obviously that's like hard to do when you're starting out, but if you can make sure that you're always being an iframe or super armor, then that's a good way to keep going with being protected, right? So know your protections and super armor. Always be in a protection. Unfortunately, a lot of your attacks are unprotected. Like your main bread and butter will leave you back open or completely unprotected, but you have a really good protected movement kit. So that would be my advice if you're starting out with PvP, is just like learn your like your super armor rotations or iframe rotations, so you're just always in super armor. So just keep practicing, like doing stuff like this, you know. You can really be protected for a very long time with this class, pretty much permanently if you're moving. But again, if you need to attack, it does leave you open. So. Oh, also with pre-awakenings, I find if you mix in some pre-awakening stuff, it helps with like waiting for cooldowns. That is like, I kind of want to say one of the biggest things for Wusa specifically, I find, is utilizing your pre-awakening for utility. Utility being protection and like CC. 25 mil per despair stone is big money when you get around 20 per hour. Ooh. They're like 31 mil here. Sheesh. Okay, let's continue with the grind. Okay, we're fully buffed, so we should be gooch. Let's feed our things here. Let's recharge our Velms. Go. Okay, now we have 3 more AP to work with. We need to upgrade 2 more. We're almost there, guys. 2 more Han crystals. And I do eventually want to upgrade my accuracy Han crystals. Although, I don't know how big of a difference it is, really. Because if you guys don't know, the Han accuracy crystal only gives 2 sheet AP. Which sheet AP in PvP is like kind of doo-doo, right? It doesn't really do much in PvP. So, I don't know if it's worth upgrading it. Thank you for the tips. I've been watching your streams and videos. It's very cozy vibes. Oh, thank you, Stachi. I'm happy to help. Yeah, as you mentioned before, I'm not like the biggest PvPer. I just do the bare minimum in PvP to just like work towards the goals that I want. So for example, I do War of the Roses ideally every time if I can get in, so that I can work towards Voltarion mount, because I do want the Voltarion mount eventually. I don't know if I'll use it over my dad horse, because the dad horse is just really useful, right? So I'll still probably use my dad horse over here over Voltarion, but I like to have Voltarion as a collection, you know? And then, you know, daily RBF, it's like, get your free stuff, right? Free Shavakadu. One thing that's also helped me as somebody who doesn't really get into PvP very much is not take PvP too seriously. Because I feel like there's a lot of people that do, in like an unhealthy manner, if that makes sense. They take it very seriously in an unhealthy manner, and I feel like that's not very good for your mental health, right? To always be like stressing yourself out for, you know, a video game. So I guess that's another tip I have for you is don't take the PvP too seriously. If you're serious about getting better, that's like a more healthy mindset. Like you're serious about getting better at PvP, but you know, whenever competitive stuff happens, I know a lot of people tend to be very have you ever played League of Legends before? Have you ever played this little game from an indie company called League of Legends by chance? There's a lot of people that get very passionate about the competitiveness sometimes, and that can sometimes lead those people to say some unfortunate things. And I like to give the benefit of the doubt for those people and say that, hey, they're just really passionate about the game, and sometimes they express it in the not the most like healthy way. And I just realized I'm not in the right add-on setup. We will change it during the next auto kill phase, I guess. Sir, I've been online since the beginning of the internet. Cool sense. Oh my god, wait, what? How old are you? Mr. Cool Sax. Jesus. I feel like the internet's been only been around for like 50 years now. I feel like it's been like I feel like it's very recent, right? Was there internet in the 1960s? More than 90s. Okay, so only 30 years. Jeez. Guys, isn't that crazy? The internet's only been around for like 30, 40 years. And it's already gotten this big. So, holy moly. I imagine it's just gonna get more advanced and advanced.
System says, Zero Sky.
Zero Sky! Holy moly.
Let's give him a warm welcome.
Thank you so much for the raid.
Zero Skykes and the Fantastic 11. Welcome to Raccoon Central.
Welcome.
Ready for epic games and cool vibes? Thrilled you're here. Let's make this stream a small yet mighty adventure together.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome ready from Zero Skies' stream. Hold on, let me give you a shout out. Oh, hold on. Can a mod do it? Can a mod do like the regular slash shout out for Mr. Zero before I die? Thank you, thank you. How would you do on your stream today, Mr. Zero? Thank you, Wispy. Here, let me give you a follow here. Oh, and thank you for the follows, sweet little Ian, KZMKD, and Zero Sky. What were you up to today? I think this might be our first time interacting. Hello, welcome. Are you newer to the BDO community or newer to streaming in general? If so, welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, you're a new streamer. Woo. Fresh meat. Is BDO like your first game streaming? Streaming BDO? One of your first games? Also, I'm sure your plans to take a nice long, well-deserved break after your stream, Zero, so if you have to go eat or sleep or anything like that, don't let me keep you up. Or we can hang out. We can hang out for a bit. Oh, you're a returning player. Oh, sheesh. How long ago did you get back into the game, Mr. Zero? What class do you play? 4 years. Holy moly. I have a useful link for you. Oh, if I can type it. Wispy, can you type !history? Can you help me out? This is like one of those places I can't tap out very easily. Thank you, Wispy. If you check out that link, Zero, you can see that all of the updates in chronological order, all the major updates. So that's a good way to kind of look back on what you missed out on. This combat system? Yeah, I haven't found any other... Wait. Is that CM Corruption? What the hecky? What is CM Corruption doing here? Hi, CM Corruption. Have you met with any of the CMs yet in this game? They like to troll a bit. A terrible night. You let me help you. Wait, the mobs are CCing. The mobs are seeing corruption. Hi. Heading off now? Alright, Zero. Thank you again so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Are you listening? CM Crushing? How are you, CM Crushing? Have you been? I feel like it's been a while since we had last like talked. Do you freestyle or have a combo? I do have some combo examples if you type !combo, but in places like this where you don't really have much time to combo, I kind of just freestyle it for the most part. But I always try to follow the fundamentals of the class, which is plant your flowers into direct damage. So as long as you're following that same, kind of structure, plant flowers, direct damage, that's kind of what I try to do as I freestyle, Have you had a chance to do the quest line yet, CM Corruption? Do you know what happens? Because I was telling my chat about how the quest line is very, it almost felt like a Spanish telenovela. If you've ever seen any Spanish soap operas or Spanish telenovelas, where it's like, I'm your mother, you know? I'm like, what? You can't be my mother. My mother's dead, you know? That freaking quest. Oh my god. And then when we went to like the last zone, I'm like, wait, why did Caphras just call Elezra mommy? I'm like, what? There were so many freaking plot twists. It was basically like a Spanish telenovela. Jesus. And if you guys haven't done the quest line yet and you just got spoiled, well, you know, you should have done the quest line like 3 weeks ago. You're missing my Lion King. Wait, what are you doing? Wait. Okay, he said, brother knows scar up. What are you doing, CM Corruption? You just got spoiled? I see Muchu. You haven't done the quest line? What the heck? Isn't it your job to do your quest line, to do the quest lines? See Muchu, what the hell? The command for the combo? Combo. Exclamation mark combo. Of course I did it. Good. It was a pretty good tie-in, I would say. Pretty good tie. It was very I do have to say that it was very like there was a lot of information going, like big drops, like boom 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 boom, like as I was doing the quest line. It felt like they shoved in so much lore in those last 2 quest lines. I was blown away. Because we got these like legendary, you know, lore figures, right? The first sorceress, Karshin, and you know, the immortal alchemist, Caphras. And they're lovers, you know? That caught me off guard, you know? That came out of nowhere. Like, we knew of Karshin because, you know, the sorceress lore, etc., etc. And then the reveal with Elezra. Oh my god. And if you've done like the Kama Sylvia storyline, and Odalita storyline, you know, the goddess Sylvia was a very big lore figure for those quest lines. The Thornwood goddess, I'm pretty sure she was the Thornwood goddess, right? And so I'm like, wait, this is her? Jesus. You're with Caphras, let's burn the world. Oh no. Have you, okay, same question. Have you ever played or looked into Final Fantasy by chance, CM Corruption? Because they did this really interesting story element with rebirthing the game, like literally destroying the entire game to remake it. And they basically had this like one-time event where, like, I wasn't there. I just like looked into this because it was a very legendary like gaming moment for the Final Fantasy community. But when they were trying to remake Final Fantasy, they had this one-time event where basically the destruction of the world is coming. There's like this giant meteor, and there was like, you know, a few hours left until the servers went down before they're gonna remake it. And there's just this one-time event. If you were there, then you got to experience just the world ending and all the players just, you know, holding hands before the meteor comes down. And I'm like, wait, is this where we're going with with BDO, like Final Fantasy, right? With the world getting destroyed or something, you know? Because when Kaffers was talking about like remaking the world, right? Like waiting for the destruction of the world, etc., etc. I'm like, wait, that sounds familiar. Are we headed in that direction potentially? BDO 2, yeah, Crimson Desert. What about Crimson Desert? Have you been following Crimson Desert as well? CM Muju and CM Corruption? Because I'm pretty sure it's set in the BDO world, right? So I'm like, maybe they're connected in some way. You know what I saw in one of the trailers? Is they put Woosa in there. There was this one scene. Let me see if I can find it. Crimson Desert trailer. It was like a very recent one. Let me see if I can find one. There's like a cutscene here that I was like, wait, that's the Woosa outfit on that one character. And I'm like, wait, is Woosa a main character in Crimson Desert, you know? Is it this one? 9 months ago? Let me see if I can scroll through here. Please let me find it quickly. I think it might have been with Anders. Anders, Crimson Desert. We do see a lot of it in The Office. There's spoilers in The Office, CM Corruption. What the hell? The spoilers. And I think it's supposed to come out in 2016. I think it was 2016, right? Yeah, I don't know if I can find the exact scene and video. I should have bookmarked it. Because I was going to show chat as well. I'm like, wait, that's freaking Woosa. Looks like we might not be able to find it on hand here. I will try to find it in the future, though, and bookmark it. But it does seem to include a lot of assets from video, which makes sense. It's from the same company. But there was a character that looked exactly like the Woosa character with the crimson, what's it called? The Wookyung, the original Succession Woosa outfit. Mookyung, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, Mookyung, this one. It was this outfit, Mookyung armor. 5 minutes into Hex, you already got a disto? Sheesh. How much are disto these days? Kaffir stones are his kidney stones? No, they grow on trees, actually. Serious? Apparently they grow in trees. You didn't do the quest line, did you? Serious, huh? Caught. What the hell? It's a fruit? Yeah, I guess. But the main characters were, like Orwin was pointing it out. Orwin and I believe Alustin? But you come across these trees in the quest line that were growing some sort of glowing thing, and they mentioned, oh, this is the Kaffir stone or whatever. They grow on trees? Well, if you do some gathering, you do get some Kaffir stones from gathering. And if you read the description, it says it has the power of the sun as well for these Kaffir stones. And so, hey, I mean, plants, they grow from the sun, right? Where's the new Kaffir's food recipes? There's a perfume. Serious? The perfume of envy and perfume of these ones. Perfume of tenacity, perfume of envy. These are made from Kaffir's essence that you can get from sapping the trees in the Idania area. But I guess perfume is not food. you spray the perfume on you. They're getting so much lore right now. Did you do the quest line, Zarbans? They shove a bunch of lore in the quest line. Is that Static Wing? Oh my gosh, hi Static Wing. I feel like it's been so long since we last talked. How have you been? You haven't done the second part yet, only the first. Ah. So you got spoiled? Well. Should have done the quest line. What have you not been up to, Static Wing? Have you still been progressing in BDO or focusing on other stuff like other games or IRL stuff? What have you been up to? Do you get anything for it? You mostly get lore things. The rewards aren't like that good, so you don't like have to do the quest line. But I have a feeling you'll have to do the quest line when they release part 2 of Vidania. I imagine that might be a prerequisite to do part 2 of Vidania, is to finish part 1. 395. Oh, you're full deck? Sheesh. Holy moly. How are your taps, Static? 3 out of what? Out of your total taps? We have taken a break from tapping on our weapons, focusing on armors right now. Crazy lucky I'm not decked out for main awakening and offhand. Oh. How crazy lucky? How are your tops? 130 to 140 total? Oh man. Main hand going to deck at like 55. Oh, like it's at 55 attempts right now? Yeah, for us, we are about like 46, so we're not like too deep into it yet. We're slowly but surely making our way downtown, walking fast. What about your Han upgrades? Have you gotten your crystallized end time upgrades for your artifacts and your Han crystals here already. Watching stars. Whenever I hear this song, guys, I think of the meme version of this song where it's like the oh yeah cat. And I've heard some new versions of oh yeah. Like the Legends Never Die from Riot Games. I've heard the oh cat version of that one. Oh ah. It's cursed. But it's a banger. But it's cursed. But it's a banger. How is Awakening Dosa, in your opinion? A very solid class, Mystic. Solid in both PvE and PvP. I wouldn't say like it's super meta right now, but it's a very, very beginner friendly class with really good AoE, really high defensives thanks to its like party buffs and party DR and all that jazz. So if you're thinking about trying it out, I do recommend it. Finished all my Hans, got 3 Heralds, 1 drop, full amplified Idania, about 15 from amplifying my Vicious Shadows. Ah. And you've been grinding hard. Sheesh. If you answer my question, I just lost Wi-Fi, so I didn't hear it. What was your question again, Raz? Could you re-type it? Oh, was it the lunar necklace? Were we talking about the lunar necklace one? From Shikatu box is a good upgrade post-season. So lunar necklace gives you additional accuracy over other necklaces, and I would not recommend it for PvE because accuracy is mostly, I kind of wanted to say completely useless in PvE, right? It doesn't really do much for you in PvE these days compared to before. They've largely removed pretty much 99, if not 100% of needing accuracy in PvE these days, as long as you are appropriately geared for the spot. So mostly accuracy will be a PvP stat rather than a PvE stat. And so I would not use the lunar necklace if that's what you're asking, and I would mostly stick with the Kaposha necklace until you can get the next upgrade beyond that. With my Z buff, I'm sitting at 2060 at Frogs. Oh, sheesh. Have you looked into BSR crystals, Static Wing? If you are highly overcapped, you can start like that. That's what I prioritized for first here over my red crystals first, as I was doing my purple crystals. And if you are like 50 AP above, the purple crystal is only -7 hidden AP. So you can get some extra BSR capacity, which I find having a little bit of extra BSR capacity very useful for just like quality of life. A lot of the times when you are using your Z buff, you're waiting to use it at opportune times, whether it is making sure you're maximizing the time when you absorb, right? Because sometimes, like, let's say during the auto kill phase, right, you're gonna cap out on your 100% BSR. So there's like some times where the extra capacity helps quite a bit for just upkeeping the BSR. And let's say you do grind other spots than frogs, then those 4 BSR crystals I find are really useful. You're so close to being able to graduate, Raz. How many quests do you have left? I just wish they buff Woosa Awakening more. She just did, Ashy. We got some buffs like a couple weeks ago, no? I would say she's in a pretty good spot right now. If anything, who they should pay more attention to right now, Ashy, is Succession Woosa. I feel like Succession Woosa could use a little bit of tender love and care, no? More than Awakening Woosa right now, for sure. I've thought about it. It's on my list now. The BSR crystals, yeah, they're very nice for quality of life. Woosa needs like one skill that gives cast speed on Suck and Awakening. Dude, I would prefer Woosa did not have a speed buff, personally. I prefer having a slower playstyle. That's just my personal preference, though. Just to have a slower playstyle. So if they were going to buff it, you know, just make things hit harder rather than speed up her animations. For me, personally. Three quests, just gotta kill 400 monsters, hit 60, and then talk to Fugar. Oh. Do you remember what I said before, Raz, about like leeching at Gyfin Temple? You can actually complete those 400 kills by just leeching over here at Underground Temple. If you right-click on the Gyfin Raja Temple, it takes you to the underground portion. If you go to a non-seasonal server, you'll see people grinding in the underground portion. And you can just nicely ask them for a leech, and most of the time they will allow you to leech. And that will give you a lot of XP as well as work towards your 400 kills. I'm waiting for the warrior rework and gender change in Nov deck. Oh, November, December. Oh, you mean Savior? Yeah, we'll have to see. I remember somebody was, I don't know, it just felt so ridiculous, but essentially like right after the ball, right, we got Wukong, right? Wukong just released, and then they teased Savior, right? And then I had like a comment in my chat being like, oh, I can't believe they're making us wait like 6 months for Savior or something, right? Because I said, oh yeah, usually the timeline for classes is every 6 months, because we get one after the Haida Ball or we get one after the Calpheon Ball, and then we just got Wukong, and I'm like, oh yeah, Saber's probably gonna come, you know, after Calpheon Ball because that's their usual timeline. And it just, oh my god, the exact line was like, oh, it's wild that they're making us wait 6. I'm like, wow, we just got Wukong. There's no way you're asking for another class like right after we just got a brand new class. Of course it's not gonna be ready. I think the only time we got 2 classes in a row, well, I don't think, I know, we got 2 classes in a row with Woosa and Megu, because it was like a very specific thing, right? We got Woosa in December and Megu in January. That is the only time out of the history of BDO where we've gotten a double class release, essentially. But other than that, the timeline has always been, you know, 2 classes per year. Once after Calpheon Ball, you know, and then once after Haida Ball. So I don't know if they were just like a new player just saying that, but oh man, I think people need to be a little bit more patient. We just got a new class. Poor Wukong enjoyers. Isn't Wukong like in a pretty good spot now? I heard he got some buffs recently, no? Stressed out. At least, I mean, the numbers that I've seen him do are pretty good. He's an S. Yeah, I've seen some pretty good results from him recently. And hey, it's another male class too. I remember people complaining about there not being enough male classes in BDO. And then once we got another one, it's like I kind of feel like Wukong just got like the short end of the stick. And I don't know if it's because, let's say, because Wukong got released on mobile for what, like 5 years? Like I feel like it's been on mobile for like 5 years, and then we finally got it. Maybe that's why the hype wasn't as big. Is what I'm thinking of why people were like not that excited for Wukong, because I felt like the excitement for Wukong was like at an all-time low compared to other classes. Like Savior. Like I've seen so many people be like, I've been a Savior main since 2016, you know, that freaking meme. I can't believe people are rolling to my class. Wiz and Widge was off launch at NA. Well, I don't think. Okay, I was gonna say Wiz and Witch were literally the same class at launch, right? I wasn't there at launch, but I played Witch since I started playing the game in 2018. And Witch and Wizard basically had the same kit. The only difference was bombs, which were, I don't know when they were added, but that would probably be the only difference between main hand for like pre-awakening, right? And then Awakening came out and then made it much more different, but pre-Awakening Witch and Wizard were pretty much the same class, weren't they? Savior teaser after Wukong got announced. Don't they usually do teasers, right? I remember the pipe guy, Dosa, right? The sword pipe guy that people called him before they revealed his name to be Dosa, was teased right after Scholar. And you know, a lot of people were very excited for Dosa. I definitely felt like Scholar also kind of had a Wukong-ish reception, where not many people were that excited about Scholar. I literally don't even see very many Scholars in BDO as well. The only like notable person that I know personally who plays Scholar is Striker 500, one of my good friends on the content creation side. But other than that, I don't see too many Scholar players out there. But I'm pretty sure she's in a pretty good spot now, right? Scholar teaser was in shock. People were not expecting for her, so the hype is not really there. I do kind of agree with that. That came out of nowhere. I did not expect Scholar to be released. I was expecting another class, but I was not expecting Scholar to be the class. It definitely caught me blindsided when they released that class. Nothing against Scholar though, just not my vibe in terms of a class. I do know there is one class that I feel like a lot of people are anticipating as well, is the Necromancer type class. I know a lot of people have been waiting for some sort of Necromancer kind of class in BDO. It would just depend on how they go about making it into the BDO style, right? Because I don't know if how they're going to sort of emulate how a Necromancer is traditionally in BDO. Like, do you think they're going to go more of a traditional Necromancer route in BDO, or something a little bit different? Because I feel like they're going to do something different than give us a traditional Necromancer. Traditional Necromancer being like summon minions and stuff like that. I've been maining Warrior since launch event NA, so I've been a Savior main since launch. Do we already know Savior is gonna be like a Ascension class or Succession Awakening? Do we have any info on that? Would you guys want Savior to be an Ascension or Succession Awakening class? I've heard people say they data mined a suck in Awakening. Oh, okay. Everyone seems to think Ascension. What do you think the... Oh, you said they data mined? Do we know what weapon she uses? Like, we know one of her weapons, the Greatsword, right? But do we already know the second weapon she's going to be using? I'm waiting for Necromancer or a priest type class. Oh, another support. Ashi, okay. What if Savior is the priest type class? Ashi. Because I'm just thinking the name thematically, Savior? That seems like it would be a pretty holy type of class, no? So maybe like Succession is the warrior side and Awakening is more of the priest kind of side. What do you think? Your theory is Savior is the Necromancer class. Interesting. Okay. That's a very surprising theory. Because when I think of Savior, I think of like saving people's lives. But Necromancer has always been, you know, kind of like manipulating life and death, right? Kind of like going against being holy, right? That sort of evil aesthetic. And for it to be named Savior definitely feels very what's the word? Like juxtaposition, right? Juxtaposed, whatever. Dichotomy, the dichotomy. I don't know the other weapon, that's why I haven't fully sat on Suck and Awakening. What would you want the weapon to be? If we were to think of a secondary weapon for Savior. If the main hand is the Greatsword, what would we want the second weapon to be? Because they're always going to have a second weapon, regardless of being Ascension or Succession Awakening, right? They will always have two, you know, main weapons. Savior is meant to be sacrificed to Zarka. Ooh. A wand? You would think the second weapon is a wand? That is true. We haven't had like a wand type class in BDO yet. So that could be one of them. A rosary. Okay, okay. Interesting. That could be her offhand. I feel like the rosary would be more of her offhand. Right, Yumiko? Technically, Suckvalk is a priest, though. You fight Savior in a Dania. Yeah, you do see like a couple abilities from the hooded figure. But it was like two abilities that we got to see from Savior. Basic attack and then one attack. A chalice? Like a cup? She casts like an ice thingy? Well, we already have a character that does kind of do that with Succession Nova, right, Ash? A drunkard class? Like a drunken monk? I feel like Wukong would be kind of that drunky class, no? He's always kind of being very playful, no? If anything, I would say the drunkard class would be more so like an alchemist, maybe like a scientist class with Marnie, right? Like you could like Marnie's assistant kind of class where you would be like a tinkerer, right? We don't have like a tinkerer class, and technology is like really big in BDO, right? Like we literally have Marnie having some sort of like portal, right, to the world from America, right? They literally made America canon with Deadeye, right? And so that, you know, that could be a thing too. We might get some sort of tinkerer class with Marnie's. Where's Marnie's lab again? It was like over here somewhere. The technology. Goes like this. I'll show you. I'll show you all the moves like Jagger. Moves like Jagger. Moves like Jagger. I'm tired to control you. Luffy, the archaeologist, is the next class after Savior, guys. A dwarf class. Well, definitely we haven't had a dwarf class in BDO, and dwarves are a pretty big lore figure, right? A lore race in BDO, right? Dwarves have always been in the world of BDO, so we have blacksmiths that are dwarves. We got, you know, Laffy Bed Mountain, right? And the Laffy and the Bed Mountain brothers too, right? So they're pretty important lore figures in BDO. So I imagine it's just a matter of time before we get a dwarf class, you know? A bard class? Well, I've always thought Shy was kind of like the bard class. Iris. Dude, Jack, I got the moon. With the music. Also, guys, I'm just going to quickly use the washroom before we get started with these next session. Ba moves like Jagger. And so I'm going to leave you with some cute raccoon videos while I go use the washroom. I'll be right back, like 2-3 minutes. And I will get back to you. All right, be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Hopefully you enjoyed that raccoon video. Let's rebuff. It's free. They've only released human type characters. I think receiving different race classes makes the game more dynamic. Well, we have a couple non-human characters, Russ. We have Shy and Zerker, and technically, you know, Ranger, uh, Dark Knight, and Archer are non-humans, but they're human typey. That's for sure. But we do have like different races, just not many different races. Hi, Candy. How are you? Welcome, welcome in. I have no longer bound. Okay. Let's continue the grind. Imagine a male dwarf. He'll be good tech class or engineer type class using cannons and stuff. Well, we do have a class that does technically already use cannons with Corsair and her otters. I was thinking more like mech. You know, like maybe you're controlling a mech as your weapon. Is what I was thinking. Because you know how Marnie, the mad scientist, is, right? He's kind of crazy. Like, I feel like it wouldn't be out of place for Marnie to be able to make something like that. Merfolk. Oh yeah, mermaids. Yeah, we do have mermaids in BDO. Would the Naga be counted as merfolk? Kinda, right? We got the cute little Nagas in Nifamare Castle. To set us free. No longer bound. How are you, Candy? What are you up to this fine Tuesday? Is it Tuesday? Monday? Monday. Monday afternoon. Monday evening. You're fishing. Oh. Like manually? You got 5 belt fish last night. Oh, were you fishing at Velia? Ooh, Tenebron buffs. You guys need Tenebron. Where are the Zephyros buffs? I haven't seen a Zephyros buff yet. Gromfer70, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, I really appreciate that. We're just doing some lava Fogans this evening. How are you? Was trying to get a bet for the song. It's hard. Oh, a beat for the song. Oh. Oh, you started with the lyrics. Oh. Any songwriters in chat? Anyone's written a song before? I'm like thinking, is it easier to write the melody first before the lyrics? Hi Shimuruku, welcome in. You missed the chicken soup for the past week. Oh, what were you up to? Are you busy with like work or something? IRL stuff? If so, that's okay. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, your mom was here. Oh. Not sure what's easier, but I was like, why not? I see most people like Ed Sheeran make the words before the beat, but it's your first, it's hard. Have you had any prior experience with writing? Just like, not like a song, but just like music theory in general? Falcon? Like musical theory. Maybe I would suggest trying to think of the type of beat you want for like, well, the time signature. That's what I was mostly referring to. So, you know, some really common pop songs, right, are usually written in 4/4 time, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Is that the kind of like vibe you're going for? Or let's say something a little bit usually like a ballad or something a little bit sadder or somber. Well, it doesn't have to be somber, but like it's usually 6/8 time, right? Like a lullaby or something is 6/8 time, like 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4 5 6, or a waltz. Waltz would be a 3/4 time, like 1 2 3, 1 2 3. So that's where I would start. Is think about the time signature of how you want the song to be. Is 4/4, 3/4, or 6/8 time. Those are like the most common time signatures. There's like weird time signatures where it's like 5/4 time. There's like the weird songs where it's like 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2. It's like it's not even, so like the beat is also a little bit harder to follow, but there are songs that are in 5/4 time. Hydrodex. If credit card pins are supposed to be a secret, how come the machine knows if you're correct? Technology. Jordex. It's the technology. Hi, Wutar, welcome back. I made fan books about Star Wars, and I am mid writing a manga. Oh, multi-talented. Ooh. Oh, the editing. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind doing some editing work. Yeah. I think when you had asked me to do the guide Wutara that we were talking about, I think that's when like POE came, and I got sidetracked for that. But yeah, I'm still down to help you out with the shy guide if you're still doing that. Are you looking to do more of like a shorter guide or like more of an in-depth guide? Because I can try to help with formatting depending on how deep you want to go with the guide. I don't blame you this one, but yeah, we had some pretty good times. But I think I'm pretty much done with the season. I got done with a lot of the things I wanted to do, which is learning a lot about the crafting system and getting to endgame. Because back when we did 0.1 patch, right, the very first release of PoE 2, I never got to endgame. I never got to maps. We ended at like level 40. At least for me, I ended at 40 and never got to maps. So I'm really glad we did finally get to maps and I got to experience the crafting. Woosa's drip today. We're using the Crimson Flame armor with the Lillian headpiece. Lillian headpiece with the Crimson armor. It's based off your VTuber. Yeah, I was reading some of your lyrics, Velkin, for the song you're making, and it seemed like the themes of being forged in fire is a thing, and that you're like a smith. So I imagine it's going to be a lot more of a powerful anthem. And so when I think of powerful anthems, I think of 4/4 time. So like 1 2 3 4, or like 1 2 1 2, like 2/4 time or 4/4 time is probably I would recommend for your theme if you're going for like a very powerful theme. Because the time signature And tempo helps a lot with guiding the listener along for how you want them to feel, right? So a good example is when you're running like a, I don't know, like a ballad or a waltz. Like waltz is very, like waltz is like strictly 3/4 time. 1 2 3, 1 2 3, specifically for like the waltz dance, right? If you've ever taken dance lessons, it's always strictly in 3/4 time for that vibe, like ballroom dancing, you know. So that tempo helps with that direction a lot. Can I copy your add-ons? Yeah. My add-ons are very specifically for this spot, sushi. So I do have some add-on commands for my more general setup. But for here, I'm using, as you can see, I'm using 4 HP recovery add-ons, which it's for this spot specifically because I don't want to die. So this is probably overkill. You probably don't need 4 HP recovery add-ons. So the add-ons from the command is a lot more generic for, you know, generic grinding. But in spots like this where I want to just play safe, I just run a bunch of HP recovery add-ons. Again, a little bit overkill on 4 of them, but that's just how I like to play, is play safe. HP recovery is good for the new area and for Nagas. Hi, Ellie. Welcome in. Have you gotten a chance to try out the newer spots, Zephyros and Tenebrom? I feel like the spots can be done with like 100 AP below the recommended AP. I feel like Tenebrom and Zephyros, because they're not very mechanically difficult. It's pretty straightforward, surprisingly. So I feel like if you can grind Orbita, you could probably grind Tenebrom. They're too tanky? Yeah, the recommended AP is like close to 2,000. For me, myself, I'm running like, we're getting close to 2,000. We're just a little ways away from the recommended AP. Have you been able to craft all your Idana armors yet? Any luck with your Idana taps? Because I've had a couple friends, unfortunately, be pitying Pry and Duo, failing those 90%, unfortunately. Last piece transfer this Wednesday. Oh, like the conversion of Idana, or Fallen God to Idana. Do you do boss splits with Awakening Woosa? I do, yes. Is Lava Frenchman worth it, Sir Jaykun? If you're looking at numbers, I've been able to get about 17k here with level 2 no Agris. Multiplied by about 125,000 silver each is approximately 2.34 billion each-ish. Anybody's able to do the math? And then there's chances for Debos, which are about 300 to 400 bill each, for depending on what Debo you get. Same thing with chances for the upgrade crystals. Crystallize are 30 mil each. The Herald crystals are 50 mil each, and you can get a full crystal which is 5 bill. And also full crystals for the Try to Tet upgrade, which is another 7.5 bill. So lots of opportunities for some big dopamine hits. I want to say on average I'm making like 3 to 4 bill depending on my luck here. On average. So I would say it's pretty worth, and I'm working towards the upgrades that I need for the future, which is, you know, the Herald upgrades. I got 2 for my Kabuas, and I'm working on my last one for my Deki artifacts. And in the future, right now they are completely maxed out in price, so my income for silver will go up from there once I get those situated, and then I can sell to other people. And they're not too bad to be putting buy orders on if you are not ready for Tenebrom and Lava Fogans yet. So you can put some buy orders on some Herald crystals and the Flawless Herald crystal as well to potentially get your Kabua upgrades at a much earlier time. Same thing with your Han Dawn crystals too. You can put some buy orders on some crystallized end times and get your upgrades. I kind of feel like the Flawless Heralds are like pretty good value for the amount of stats you get. So if we take the value of 5 bill, right, for the stats you get, which is 3 AP, 5 monster DR, and 250 HP for 5 bill, I mean, that's quite a lot of stats for how much you're spending at least my stage of the game. And considering, you know, after a certain point, upgrades start being like, oh, you're spending tens of billions of silver for just like 1 AP, right? I feel like it's pretty good value. So put some buy orders up. I'll be selling them some. I'll be selling some here soon once I complete my final upgrade. I don't think I need to get the evasion upgrades, because I don't really plan to build evasion on my Woosa. She's not really an evasion class in the first place, so... Oh, I like the vibe of this song, Wispy. Where's this from? Do I have this in my playlist? I don't. Well, now it is. Oh, there it is! We got a Zephyros buff! Let's go! 100% drop rate. If you guys don't know, the Idana buffs give you 100% drop rate for the respective castle that they pop it for, going over the cap. So now we are currently running with 420. Ooh, 420. Well, 420 drop rate. Ooh. It's from Arc Knights. Oh. I did not expect Arc Knights to have this kind of music. Dang. Dude, who is our Idana? Oh, Fluos. Yeah, I don't imagine there's too many people who can do a Zephyros castle for the Idana. Only people who have a Pen Fallen God are able to have enough DP at this point to challenge the Idanas. For Zephyros, 460 DP. If you guys don't know, then the regular way, or like the most common way people will acquire 460 DP is getting, I believe, 1 Pen armor and 3 Tet Idana armors, right? And so we don't have enough stones yet for somebody to get to that point, unless you had a Pen Fallen God, which automatically gives you a Nav armor. One thing done on my checklist, just hired someone to do my overlay and logo banner. Ooh. Did you already have like an idea in mind for your themes? Because what helped a lot for my artists was I would give them like a mood board. So it basically compiled a bunch of images and color palettes and styles that I wanted for, you know, all of my logos and all that jazz, and give them that mood board for them to have some inspiration. Rigging will cost more, so the Easter stuff done first. Oh, the easier stuff done first. Easter. Easter's back in back in spring. Spoke about for almost 2 days on it, but the logo not yet. Oh. For me, I believe I got done with the hardest stuff first. Yeah. There was a few things I worked on before getting the easier stuff done. So we did the bulk of the work for the art and the rigging first before going for the other stuff. Because once I got my theme and art done, that became the basis for my logo and banners. Was once I got the art and rigging done. Do you have any big plans for your debut, or you haven't thought that far yet? Okay. I remember someone, I can't remember who their name was, but they did a really cool debut where they did some sort of, you know, those visual novels? Like dating sim visual novels or like horror visual novels where there's like dialogue on the bottom and then they had like their character and sprite on the thing. They did a debut in that fashion, and I thought just that was so cool for a debut. Love this cutscene from ZZZ. Oh, Zenless, where's it called? Zenless something zero? Zenless Zeros, no. I forgot what the third Z was, guys. What was the third Z again? Hey, Jay, can I ask how many frogs you're killing in 1 hour? Is it 5? About 5, yeah. Maybe close to 4, actually. Now that they added this long thing. Before it was like 5, but now it's like 4. Dude, this auto kill phase is like 2.5 minutes. So my runs used to be like maybe close to 11, 12 minutes each, and after the patch it's closer to like 14, 15 minutes each. You kill gigantic frogs here? Yeah, lava frogs. Look at them. They die with their tongue sticking out. I have some plans, but not fully yet, as I want to sing that intro as well and try to get an anime style of me getting reincarnated. Oh. That seems like a lot of work. Do you have like a timeline of when you think you'll be doing your debut, Falcon? Because I know some people like plan 1 year ahead, which is, oh man, it takes a lot of planning to get everything going. I'm hoping soon. I'm just waiting for one thing, but maybe a year. But I'm planning a long time for this. Oh. Yeah, the rigging. I don't know if you found someone to do the rigging, but sometimes the rigging can take months to get going. That's why I wanted to. For me, I wanted to get all of that rigging stuff done first before I started planning my debut. I didn't want to plan around like the timeline of the rigging artists, because then sometimes you get delays with the rigging. And then let's say you've already planned out and announced like, oh yeah, I'm gonna debut at this time, and then there's some delays with like the art or rigging. I didn't want any of that stuff to happen, so definitely take your time with the planning. Get everything done first before you announce a date. Another thing is taking some time to learn how to use certain programs too, Belkin. It took me a bit of time to figure out, how to use my tracking device and stuff like that. Belkin! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Hi, Garnier. How's it going? Oh, we're just killing some froggies. And just talking to Velkin here about VTuber stuff.
System says Swixy thinks just raided us with a party of 96. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Oh my god.
Swixy thinks
Is that
the
Swixy? Is that the real Swixy?
Ready for epic games and wild energy.
God.
Thrilled you're here. Let's make this stream one for the books together.
Welcome everybody from Swixy's stream. My name is Jay. My favorite animal is a raccoon. We are just doing some lava frogs. How was your stream, Swixy? What'd you get up to? Welcome, 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 welcome. You're melting. Oh. Like, is it hot temperature-wise where you're currently living? We were just trolling with chat. Oh. Hot AF? Oh no. Get some airflow in there. Open a window. Get some airflow. You have it open already? Do you have like AC you could turn on? Air conditioning. I love watching your streams. You've been very helpful, so I'll always help and support you. Of course, Vulcan. I will always help out fellow VTuber enjoyers, I mean, that's how I got started too, Vulcan, is I was like looking into VTubing and literally asking VTubers like Hexella and Angeli were actually one of the very first people that I had asked about VTubing. Etane as well, Ellie as well. Looking into VTing, just like looking at their setup and what they do. Sometimes asking questions in their chat, and that's how I got started as well. Also, Swixy, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice, long, well-deserved break after your stream, so if you have to go eat or sleep, don't let me keep you up. I really appreciate you entrusting me with your viewers. Thank you. Thank you for that. Do you, by chance, have like an air purifier or something like that? I don't know if that helps with temperature, but I feel like it helps with like, I don't know, airflow or something. I just really need to open my door to let air in. Yeah. Airflow, airflow. I remember there is this architect YouTuber that I watch. Her name is Dami Lee, and she does a lot of content around architecture of media. And she was talking about the series Dune and how they keep cool in those kind of climates, like the really hot desert climates, and how they did the structure. Like like she was like talking about the theory of how to keep cool, but essentially, hot air rises and cool air, goes down, right? And so how they built the structure of these like pyramids or whatever is that they would leave like the sort of vent, like as they're letting air in and flow, they have like a vent going up, which forces the hot air to go up and the cool air to keep flowing through into the building. And so that's how they were able to sort of get air conditioning or some, to keep cool during that extremely hot climate of the Dune series. So maybe you could apply that logic to your room. Have something in your room that, I don't know, releases the hot air to go up. I don't know. So you can let the cool air in. Science. I'm trying to get the eye tracking working, so I'm using a new iPhone as I just upgraded. Hope it helps. Oh. Well, a lot of the tracking, most of it is done from the rigging side. So have you got the rigging going already, Vulcan? Because, the VTuber doesn't just automatically start moving its eyes. It needs to have, the files manipulated and rigged in order to start moving in the first place. And the tracking from the phone just helps send that data from your face over to move the VTuber, if that makes sense. So you would need to make sure everything is good to go on that front. Additionally, yeah, settings are also going to be important. Like once it is rigged, you need to adjust the settings to your face because everybody's face is different, right? So for me, I had to tinker a lot. There's going to be a lot of trial and error, that's for sure, Vulcan, when it comes to getting those VTuber settings going to make things smooth on the movement and all that jazz. I think it took me like a good couple months before I was happy with sticking with the rigging, or movement from the tracking that I have here. Another important thing is lighting. So I don't know if you have like a ring light or anything to shine light on your face, but your phone needs to be able to see your face, right? So that the tracking is going to be accurate. So having good lighting on your face is also very important for your iPhone to track your face. What I use is a combination of a gooseneck mount. I don't know if you have some sort of mount for your phone or if you just have it on your desk, but you can pick up like a gooseneck mount for like, I think like $20 on Amazon. And you basically mount it to your desk and then you can put your phone on the gooseneck mount. And it's called a gooseneck mount because you can like bend the neck around it's like, I don't want to say it's like a goose, but it's called gooseneck mount for a reason. You can move the bendable part a lot. So you can really customize how you want it to face your face. Desk setup floor for Swixie. No, Twixie has a really good setup, no? She's got that streamer setup. She's a professional streamer, guys. Do you guys know that one XQC meme where he's like 5 consoles, 2 dog cams, cat cam, I need to go find it after this. All the light. Yeah, and your PC2 will generate some heat as well. Ooh, Debo. Ooh, okay, where's that meme with XQC? XQC computer setup dog cam. What's it called? This one. If anybody knows this meme. Do you have a Stream Deck or Touch Portal? I use Touch Portal, Logan, which basically turns your phone into a Stream Deck. The only caveat is that you do need to have the program active on your phone for all of the stream stuff to be working. I found it doesn't seem to be working if it's like not open on the app on your phone. So I can't like use my phone during streaming essentially. So if you have like if you have like an extra tablet you can use, fucking that's very useful for Touch Portal. And I find Touch Portal a lot more flexible too. I also use Touch Portal a lot for some of my redeems too, like my, for example, this one. You can set up a lot of macros. So how that macro works is that it's connected to Twitch, so you can connect it to Twitch to activate certain scenes and sources on your OBS. And so I've set it up with a lot of my redeems here so that if I want to redeem something, it pulls up the video that I've already placed and stuff like that. And many other things that I don't really go into very much. Like, I kind of want to say I use like 5% of the program. Like, I don't use Touch Portal to the fullest extent. I just use it for like very simple things. But if you do want to use it for more complicated things, it is there for you to utilize. It just takes some time to get used to the program. But for me, I just use it for very simple things like Twitch redeems. Have you had any editing experience before, Velke? Like just like basic editing experience, just like putting clips together and stuff like that. That helps a lot with like setups in OBS too, if you are looking for doing certain things like redeems and such, is having some tiny bit of editing experience. And you definitely don't need like any professional experience doing editing. For me, I just learned from YouTube videos, YouTube tutorials and all that jazz. I used to make videos back in the days. What program did you use? And what kind of videos did you make in the past? Just like meme videos? That's how I got started. That's how I got started with editing, guys, is I just wanted to edit memes. I love memes. And it was just like to share with friends, honestly. Get those memes out. This song kind of sounds like it would fit in right with like Persona, you know? Kind of gives me Persona vibes, but I don't think it's from Persona. I use 3 I could never pick: Adobe, Sony Vegas, and now I mostly use Resolve. Oh, DaVinci Resolve, yeah. Oh, you're the first person I've ever seen call it Resolve Studio. I think most people call it like DaVinci or DaVinci Resolve, not just Resolve Studio. Interesting. PvP and raid dungeons in WoW. Oh. Which expansions have you played in WoW? Okay. I think I remember telling you that I also played a little bit of WoW back in the day. Back in 2016, 2017, I had played during the Legion expansion. And mostly it's because my friends wanted me to join them. All of them! Oh damn! A WoW veteran. Do you still play WoW today? Are you still keeping up with WoW? In Legion, I was ranked 5 on an A as Red Paladin, but money and time, I hope to go back. Oh. I'm assuming you did like mythic rating and all that jazz, right? I actually don't remember the guild I was in, but our guild did some mythic rating like twice a week. Or we were like a two night a week raid team, and we were able to get through most of the content. I'm pretty sure all the content. Yeah. Oh, PvP. Oh, that's something I never really dabbled too much in. I played a priest, and so people really like bonking shadow priests. What do you think about Megu? Is she a good class? Yeah, she's a very solid class right now, Roman Hossein. So if you're looking for a new class to try out, Megu is pretty solid. I think the more popular spec right now is Awakening. But it is one of the more higher skill cap class and more difficult to learn from what I've heard. I've never played it myself though. Awakening for PvP? For both. She's very good in PvE and PvP for Awakening. And then Succession is a little bit less efficient from what I've been told. But again, it is one of the more faster paced complex classes. But if you can handle it, she is a very solid, powerful class. He's gonna jump here. There we go. Woosa is more chill. Yeah, it's one of the more chilled classes. I can only play a low APM class. Well, then you might enjoy Awakening Woosa more than Awakening Megu if you're looking for a lower APM. I kind of like to describe Awakening Woosa's playstyle to have like a wide skill cap. And what I mean by wide skill cap is that you can play it very chill, but you can also add a lot of deep layers to play it much more high APM if you want to. So you have those two options. So a good example is like the very basic combo that PA, like I call it the PA combo because it just naturally goes in one direction. Whenever you start with Shift R and B, you hold Shift R and B, hold R and B. And that casted 5 spells, and then you press WE and SE. Like this is the quote-unquote PA combo I like to call it because it just flows naturally by just pressing one button. So Shift R and B, hold one button, and you cast like 5 spells, and then you go into your direct damage spells after. So that was 3 buttons I pressed to cast all those spells. So it's very chill in that way. My 3BT teammate was a Shadow Priest. Oh. Definitely could be a really powerful, like if you have the setup around the Shadow Priest. Because I do know that if the other team's not targeting me, my dots, get those dots out. But usually, every time I start casting, I don't know, like Mind Blast or Vampiric Touch, you know, stun, silence, some sort of CC happens, and then I'm sad. Yeah, try it out, Rumen. I think that if you have any interest in any class, Rumen, hopefully I'm saying it right, but if you have an interest in any class, just try it out. If you don't like it, then you move on. But if you do like it, then Poggies. Okay, let's reboof here. Tenebrom AFK face popping in to say hi real quick. Oh, welcome in, Webby. Have they fixed the Tenebrom AFK face so that you don't get hit during the AFK face? Is that fixed now? Because I remember before you were still like, in danger. You can still get hit? Oh. Are they planning to fix that, or is that just gonna be how it is? When you get stunned, you need a bop from a paladin and no damage and self-healing. Ah, so you were supporting a Shadow Priest. That's good, that's good. Every time I did 3v3s, I would just get like targeted and I felt sad. So I never really got too much into PvP. Nobody would peel for me. They would just like a freaking Death Knight would just grip me towards them, and then I would disperse, and then they would grip me again after I dispersed, and then I would be sad and then die. I would perish. Dude, I would gamage and be like, ah. That's what would happen. Shadow Priest. That team is not covering you as if Shadow Priest stays alive. It's a win. The bust damage there with mine had one. Yeah, definitely when I had a time to free cast, I was doing some damage. But it's kind of hard to free cast on a Shadow Priest if there's people just on your asshole. Have you ever played Shadow Priest before, Velkin, during Legion? Because that was like one of the most fun times. There is this talent called Surrender to Madness, and it was very thematic of the class. If you guys don't know how Shadow Priest worked in Legion, essentially Shadow Priest had a innate resource called Insanity. Every time she would cast any ability, or most of her abilities, it would generate a certain amount of insanity. So, you know, for example, Mind Blast would generate like 15 insanity or something like that. But once you got to 100, you could go into something called Void Form, and then you would get additional shadow damage as well as a scaling percentage haste, 1% haste every second that you're in. But every second that you're in Void Form, you would be drained of insanity, going down to 0. So once you got to 0, you would be booted out of of Shadow Form or Void Form. And so the idea was you would generate insanity to get to 100, go into Void Form, and keep casting your spells to stay in Void Form. And on average, you would stay maybe like 20-25 seconds into Void Form. So your haste would scale up to like 25% haste or something like that. And more haste meant more dot damage, right? More dots. And the talent Surrender to Madness allowed you to generate 4 times more insanity, 300% additional insanity, as well as the ability to cast while moving, which was massive. You were so mobile, and you could cast your full DPS rotation while moving. And so the caveat is that when you left Void Form during Surrender to Madness, you straight up died. You literally got a debuff to also prevent you from being resurrected for 10 minutes when you died. It reset after like the pull, so you weren't like dead for like 10 minutes straight, but basically prevent you from getting rezzed during the battle. You were goner. So it was a very high risk, high reward kind of gameplay because the buff lasted 2 minutes. So if you were able to successfully do a 2-minute Surrender to Madness, you were always at the top. There was no other class who could compete with the damage Shadow Priest was doing with Surrender to Madness, a successful one. And so it's either you're at the bottom of the meters or you're at the top of the DPS meters with Shadow Priest. It was a super high risk, high reward, but it was super fun. And then they nerfed it. They nerfed it like the next raid tier. It still was a very powerful ability. They nerfed it by, I think, 150%. So instead of generating 300% insanity, you generated 150 or something like that. And so it was much more difficult to do a 2-minute 2-minute Surrender to Madness. It was still possible during the end of the expansion or during the end of the raid tier, but it was impossible to do at the beginning of the raid tier, which I think was kind of the point. Is that's like an end of tier kind of power spike, because when it was at the very beginning of the raid tier, there was a team that literally killed the entire mythic raid tier in one day. Like they sometimes usually takes like a few days or a week before the raid tier gets finished by the top guilds, but they literally finished the first raid tier in one day because of Surrender to Madness. It was just the most broken talent in that expansion. It was so good. It was a good time. I remember also okay, there's something called Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft, right? And Mythic Plus is basically like a scaling dungeon content. And how it worked is that you would, at the very beginning of the dungeon, there would be this interactable object to start the timer, right, for your mythic run, for your dungeon run, right? And it would reset all your cooldowns, and so, but it would not take away your buffs. So what you would do, or what I would do, is if I was doing a dungeon, before we start the dungeon, I would pop Surrender to Madness because it lasts 2 minutes, right? And then we start the dungeon, so it resets Surrender to Madness. So I would do Surrender to Madness at the beginning of the raid, and we pull the entire world, right? So there's some dungeons where it would like work really well because there's a lot of mobs in the beginning. So we would like do a giant pull with Surrender to Madness. I die, res, and then we continue with the rest of the dungeon. And then I do Surrender to Madness again during the end, like the final boss. It was so freaking funny. Dude, hi Centukin. Welcome back, welcome back. Speaking of broken things in WoW, do you know who Rex Troy is? I don't recognize the name. Who's Rex Troy? I only played during the Legion expansion, so if they were like a very prominent person in WoW for a very long time, I did not play WoW for very long. Just one expansion. Slightly deaf? What do you mean? Like you have an ear infection or something? What happened? Oh, airplanes. Oh. Yeah, adjusting to the air pressure or like the altitude or whatever it is. Your ears. Try chewing some gum, Centukin. Because gum will naturally make you salivate, and when you're like swallowing the saliva, it helps with regulating some sort of air pressure in your ears or something like that. So if you have any gum in your household, try chewing gum until, you know, you just naturally fix the air pressure in your ears. A gun? Like you would shoot the gun next to somebody's ear to pop their ear. Hey Jay, can I link you a video that's 6 minutes for you to see? What is the video? And yeah, this is actually a perfect time to be linking. I'm about to go to the AFK phase here, so. Long time player that finds really weird broken things in the game and shows them off. Oh. He is a broken protection paladin in that X-Pack. He would one-shot an army of horde. I see. Yeah, I don't seem to recognize them. Maybe I've seen his videos, just don't recognize his name. Destroying the war chief in 5 seconds. Oh, okay, let's take a lookie. Oh, this is in Legion? No, this is not in Legion. It says 3 months ago, so I guess like the most recent expansion. With Hunter. Oh, I've never played Hunter. $100 million damage. Dang. The inflation of numbers has gotten really high. because I don't remember seeing hundreds of millions of damage in one hit before when I was playing Legion. Oh my god, 121 million damage? Jesus. Are they RPing? Are they RPing? 464 million? What the frick? 455. Sheesh. And it works in PvP as well? Oh my god. This is the one you meant to send? Let's see. Orgrimmar. Oh, what are they doing here? Watch his HP? Well, it's definitely not going down. And are those all NPCs? Are there any players attacking them? Oh, I see mind play. I see some mind plays from Shadow Priest over there. I recognize some of those abilities. And Void Torrent, that was the Void Torrent over there. The two like swinging purple beams, that's Void Torrent. I remember. City guards, which would normally be enough to punish someone for trying this. Oh. Oh my god, the music. It's so dramatic. Key invite during this? What do you mean? Key? I'm like half watching because I'm also grinding. Someone was whispering him. Oh. Oh, in the chat, someone was. Oh, like Mythic Keys? Yes. Right. They were probably asking for a dungeon run. What race did you play, Vilken, during this time? Because for me, I played Nightfallen Shadow Priest. I just felt it was like very thematic of a Shadow Priest. Nightfallen race. Blood Elf, the Belfs. I was originally Blood Elf before they released Nightfallen. It was originally a Belf. And I just thought, thematically, I feel like Shadow Priest Nightfallen would be a cool aesthetic. But Belfs had this really powerful racial called Arcane Torrent, if anybody remembered. And it was a mass silence. It was really good in dungeons. And as a healer, it gave you a little bit of mana back, like 2% mana back every 2 minutes. Which, you know, hey, it's something. So it was a pretty powerful racial. I can't remember what the racial was for Nightfallen. Can't remember what it was. Do you remember what it was at the time, Valken? Nightfallen racial? I forgot. I think it was like 1% more magic damage. Something like that. So is this guy just not gonna die? Is it just like 9 minutes of him not dying? Did you ever think of going back to WoW? Not really, because BDO is like kind of like my main focus right now. I only really played WoW because my friends wanted me to play with them, and they quit. So that was like the main reason I played WoW in the first place. Not because of WoW, but because of my friends. But since they're not playing, I'm not playing either. Yeah, but definitely can't deny how much I enjoyed playing it with my friends. The housing, they got a housing system now? Oh. Is it kind of like the BDO housing system where, you know, you just decorate it? Or does it have like functional purposes? Coming next expansion. What is the next expansion called? Where are they at in the story as well? Can you do you pay attention to the lore? Because I remember in Legion, you know, there was the freaking, you know, the big baddie putting the sword in the earth, and we got him down. And then in Battle for Azeroth, they, you know, started fighting each other again. And I don't remember exactly what happened after that. Who's like the main baddie this time? I also don't like how they wrote Sylvanas as the villain in BFA. Can't believe they did that to her. She was such a good character. Can't believe they villainized her. Her story with being like, you know, turned into undead with Arthas and her coming to terms with what she has become now, and then now, kind of leading the people, or in the Forsaken, as kind of like her new people. It felt like a really cool redemption arc, right? Now, like, she can't turn back time. She can't become alive again. So now she has to live the rest of her life as this sort of banshee, this undead being. And she's helping those others, others who have also become undead, like, find their way in this, like, really terrible thing that happened to them. And I thought that was a really cool sort of story for her, but now they turned into a villain, and now she was evil. I know they kind of like try to give her a redemption arc at the end of that one expansion, where she's like leading the souls or something, but I still don't like the way it was for BFA. I honestly thought how they were going to do BFA story was there was going to be this huge misunderstanding because of a third party, right? Like, the reason why the Alliance and the Horde are fighting each other again is because, I don't know, this third party is causing this strife between them. That's how I thought personally BFA was going to go, and it did not go that way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. It just felt so abrupt for everything they went through with Legion, because I was very invested in the Legion storyline. They saved the world, right? They saved the world from exploding. And now they're fighting each other again for the resources and stuff like that, like the Azerite or whatnot. I don't particularly like the way they handled Sylvanas. Yes! Do you remember the BFA trailer with Sylvanas? Where she was like, "For the Horde," right? That was so freaking hype. I was like, let's go, Sylvanas, let's go lead the Horde, And then they literally had this one scene where she was doing like the Makura with who was it? Like Thrall, like one of the, I can't remember who it was, but she had like this Makura, which is basically a fight to the death or whatever to, become the chief leader for the Horde, right? And she's like, "You're nothing," right? Like, I'm like, what? Who wrote that? Like, they literally made her say like, "You're nothing" to the people that she was literally like leading and guiding for so long. I'm like, what? Ain't no way. Hold on, let me go find that trailer. Hold on, where was it? It was so good. BFA trailer. This one. Oh my god. It was so good, guys. If you guys haven't seen this trailer, watch this. The War Within trailer, I have not seen the recent trailers, no. But if you link it here, we could watch it. Lore-wise, Teldrassil is extremely huge. Yeah, I remember visiting Teldrassil once. Dude, when I first saw this trailer, like after Legion expansion, I was so hyped. All my friends were hyped too. And then we quit first raid tier of the Legion, or of BFA. So again, when I first saw this trailer, I thought there was some sort of misunderstanding of what happened, of like why they're fighting each other again, right? Like a third party causing, the strife between the two, Alliance and Horde, right? Because they were working together for the longest time in Legion, right? If you saw the Legion trailer, it was literally Sylvanas, cooperating with Valerian. What was his name? Valor something, right? Anduin Rin's father, Valerian Rin, right? She was like helping them. And then she had this like, sorry, I have to pause it. She had this like emotional moment where she had to call back the horde, right? She like Vol'jin was literally injured and gonna be fatal, right? They lost the battle at the shores, right, in that demon area, and Vol'jin needed help, and Sylvanas called the troops back. And the Alliance thought that was like a backstab, right? They didn't know what was going on, and there was a misunderstanding. And like, I totally understand that from the point of view of why they're having some strife because of that, right? They're like, oh, why did you freaking leave us, Sylvanas? Why did you abandon us at the shore? Valerian died, right? But obviously, right, they wrote it to, she was trying to save the horde, right? She was the reason the horde was able to still continue, because she was able to call her troops back. And then Vol'jin had this vision where Sylvanas was going to be taking over the horde, right? And then she became the horde leader. And I'm like, oh, I was like so hyped for her to be leading it, because she was this like, initially this really misunderstood character, and she's still being misunderstood, and I was hoping they would do her good, but then they villainized her in the next expansion, and I'm like, what the frick? Anyways. See here, I was thinking it's another misunderstanding. It's always a misunderstanding. And I was hoping it was a misunderstanding. But they really turned her into like an evil villain in freaking Battle for Azeroth. What the frick? In the next expansion too. Here, this part where she turns into a banshee. Okay, lore-wise, guys. Arthas turned her into a banshee when she killed her ranger, and the banshee basically in the lore she took like body parts of people to piece her back together. Obviously, in the game, in art, they make her look a lot more attractive, obviously, but lore-wise, she's like made up of a bunch of different body parts to piece her back together. And the banshee scream here too. I got chills when I first saw this. And then this part. For the horde! Look, there's so much inspiration, right? And then in that one freaking scene where they literally she called the horde nothing. You are all nothing. I'm like, what the frick? Who wrote that? Who wrote that shit? What the hell? I am so mad. It's season 8 Game of Thrones all over again with freaking Daenerys Stormborn, where they freaking turned her into a villain. Ugh. We don't talk about season 8 Game of Thrones or season 7. Dragonflight and War Within have done a lot for good for the game. Yeah, I've not seen those trailers or stories, but I hope so. Because I was really disappointed with the direction of how they handled Sylvanas' story after Legion. Because in Legion, she was such an inspiring character. And then in BFA, can't believe they did that in BFA. It kind of felt like they just needed someone to cause strife, and they chose Sylvanas. That's how I felt like. They needed someone to cause some sort of misunderstanding, or not even a misunderstanding, just like cause strife between the two so they would fight again. And they chose Sylvanas to do it. Spoilers, stop watching. Well, it's your fault. It's so proud of if you haven't watched season 8 of Game of Thrones, well, that's your fault, okay? Not my fault. Your fault. And that was a nod back, guys. That was a nod back to like the original sort of like Warcraft, front page, like box cover, that like final scene in the BF. I was so freaking hyped. And then they freaking Can you link me the War Within trailers so it's a little bit easier for me to dab out? They ruined Anduin in Shadowlands too. What happened to Anduin? I stopped like following the story after BFA. Can you guys give me the rundown? How did they ruin Anduin? Because Anduin was like, he was originally a priest, wasn't he? And then they kind of made him like they made him like class change in BFA. Now he's like a paladin. What happened? Possessed by the big bad and is pretty much mentally broken? What the hell? So they just had to find another reason for one of the main characters to be a bad guy. Is that what I'm understanding? So first they villainize Sylvanas, now they villainize Anduin. The big bad was Soulmate. Who was the big bad? There you go. Okay, hold on. Let me... Whenever I get a chance to tab out here. I have to wait until the next AFK phase, unfortunately. There's like 0 windows for me to like tab out. If I like stand still for 1 second, I die. I've already lost like 2 crystal stairs, so I don't want to like take the chance. I honestly can't even remember his name because I cared that little about what they were doing at the time. The jailer. What I did really enjoy was the animated shorts in BFA. That was really good. Those animated shorts were really good. Like Jaina's animated short was so friggin' good. With the sea shanty. When I make my new seasonal character, do I do the simplified quest line? Yeah, that would be recommended. And so you don't have to quest through it again. You can just like level up normally. And so you can just like get power leveled or something, or just hit mobs until you get up. He was so lame and the writing was so bad. If you knew about past WoW lore, he stopped his own plan from succeeding like 3 times by 3 different groups of his minions. What? I remember watching this one video that was like dunking on the WoW writers. Let me see if I can find it. During the AFK phase, we'll try to find it. But it was so freaking good. I saw someone saying it has less rewards, but I don't think I can sanely do the extended quest again. Not really. If anything, it would be very minuscule and like rewards that don't really matter. And I personally always recommend the simplified quest line because, yeah, as you mentioned before, it is it's a doozy to have to redo over again. So whatever those rewards are, it's very minuscule for it to matter in the grand scheme of things. I feel like if it was significant, Raz, I would know. Or like whoever told you would know what those rewards are that you would be missing out on. But I feel like it's not that significant to do the regular quest line for those quote unquote extra rewards that I don't even know what you get. For me, the only thing that stands out as something to like a reason to do the extended quest line again is for quest count, Raz. So there is a reward for completing 30. Oh my god, I'm not in the AFK phase yet. There's a reward for doing 30,000 total quests. And so the main quest line can help with supplementing all of those extra quests that you need to do for the 30k reward. Which the 30k reward has a pretty substantial reward. But it takes a long time to do. I did it way back in 2020. It was a doozy. Okay. Ooh, I found it. Okay, let's watch the trailers first, though. Let's cue these up. Okay, dragon flights. What was like the whole shtick with Dragonflight? Because I think I remember seeing the trailer a while back, but it didn't feel like there was like a bad guy. Maybe we found out later. Definitely, Blizzard has always made really nice looking cinematics, that's for sure. Helping the Dragonflights rebuild their power base, it took a step back from universe-ending stakes. It was a much-needed breath of fresh air. Oh. Mm. So I guess that's like you are, by helping them rebuild base and stuff like that, we're like raiding areas to, I don't know, reacquire materials to rebuild things. Because I'm trying to think like how they're going about with making raids, if there's like no big baddie, you know. Maybe there's a big baddie, but you know, it's not shown in the trailer. Oh my god, I need to change that freaking thing. It's not Forest Furies anymore. The Dragonflights were empowered by the Titans to help defend Azeroth. They gave it that power in Kata to save Azeroth from Deathwing. Oh. I wonder if they're trying to pull a Cataclysm in BDO. If you guys have done the Zephyros Castle questline in BDO, I kind of feel like they're kind of heading in that direction, potentially. A Cataclysm. They struggled after losing their powers, so in Dragonflight, you help them regain those powers and rebuild their individual flights. Flight meaning kind of like their clan or like race, right? Because I remember them saying something like, oh, like the green Dragonflight, the bronze Dragonflight. That's kind of like their people, right? The flights are the colors. Ah. Ooh, that's Alex Straza. I know her. I think her name was like her title was like the Life Weaver, something like that. Okay, next one. War Within. Was that Anduin? Why does he look so different in like the thumbnail? Was that him? Why he got a crew cut now? Back Anduin. More like Manduin. What the hell? He grew up. Because I feel like he was just a child. Wasn't he just a child in Legion? He was like a teenager in Legion, right? No, are you telling me that the main baddie, the main antagonist in War Within? Ah, I looked away. I die. Oh, look, we didn't lose anything. Thank God. We didn't lose anything, guys. We're fine. We're fine. No. I was gonna say the main antagonist of War Within is depression? Monka. That's crazy. Same. I feel like I'm in my own war within. We're all in our war within expansion right now. I kind of feel like when I move, guys, to my new place, I maybe would want to get a new monitor that's like above. I don't know. Like a monitor above my main monitor. Because right now I'm using my second monitor on a, so I'm like looking over on my left to like watch. But maybe if I have a monitor above, it'll be easier to like pay attention. Oh my god. The facial expression. The raw? Is that the raw? Hello? What the frick? What was that? Was that like tinnitus? That's crazy. Hmm. That is the world server Azeroth. Nobody got my joke. Damn. Oh my god, that's the sword from Legion, right? That's the sword from Legion way back in the day, right? It's still in the freaking thing. They didn't like remove it. Okay, next one. Oh my god, Zealot isn't that the legendary? I'm pretty sure that's the legendary weapon for Shadow Priest back in Legion, right? Zealotath. So they made it into a villain. Interesting. Okay, okay. I do like that more as a villain because like you kind of got hints during Legion that the dagger was not a good person, was not a good being, but we needed its power to help us save the world, right? And so that's an interesting turn of events. They made her look ugly. Wait, who? Xalatath? She looks fine to me. What? She looks fine to me. Oh, the blood elf. Oh. She looks fine to me too. They look okay. They look all okay to me. You're just a hater, Butaru. You're a Leandri hater. Leadrin, what's her name? I'm like wondering, how does this affect like the Shadow Priest storyline? Like, are people just like having, I don't know, prejudice against Shadow Priests in this expansion because of Xel'Atath? Because that's the source of the, you know, power from Shadow Priest, right? The Void. And isn't Xel'Atath kind of like literally the Void? Oh, the Sunwell. I remember this was like a huge thing during the like Warcraft 3 storyline where they used the Sunwell to resurrect Kel'Thuzad, right? Can't believe they didn't add Spellbreakers as a playable class this expansion. Ooh. How many classes are there in WoW now? Like since Legion? Because I know in Legion they added Demon Hunters. Just different races. Oh. Are the different races like pretty significant for like racials and stuff, or just like pretty minuscule? Oh yeah, this is the video I was talking about, guys. WoW's Darkest Secret. This was so good. You've seen this one, Tavos? Yeah, this one's really good. Okay, full screen time, full screen. I think it's cutting it off, so we'll do that. Did I get a demo? Was her? I wasn't even looking. Hi, Longhorn. What is this? It is a story about the darkest secret in World of Warcraft. Boo. Uh, ah, ah. Okay, sir. Good one. Bam. Jesus. Belinda asks, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Oh, Oh my god. The suspense. Okay. You remember that video? Yeah, no spoilers, Anna. Not again. Stone Talon Mountains. What? Anyway, have a good night. What? I'll answer you after this, Raz. It's almost done. The butcher. Oh my god. This is right after Legion, by the way. That was so freaking good. This is like right after like the BFA stuff with like Sylvanas, and I'm pretty sure it was written and this video was like edited for that situation. Oh my god. So good. Okay, let me have a chance to tab out here. Okay, here we go. For your question, Raz, you can only use seasonal gear in season on season characters. So, if you graduated with all of your season stuff, it turns into non-seasonal gear. So you cannot like reuse the non-seasonal gear on your seasonal character again. There are a few things you still can use though that you can bring over from like your main, and that is like life skill gear or quest gear, because there is some like questing like accessories and stuff you could use, but they're like pretty minuscule. You'll get your Naru gear like pretty quickly, and then you just like literally bump it up to pen, exchange it for Tuvala right away. So I would not worry too much about that. So just like progress through the seasons as you would. It's quick now that you understand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with the simplified questline, they just give you a bunch of the stuff that you would get while doing the questline, like the inventory slots and all that jazz. Are you in a guild right now, Raz? You could maybe ask a guildie to help power level you. Main story before graduation? For your new seasonal character, you only really need to do the storyline once for your account, for the most part. There are some things that are locked behind certain storylines, I'm pretty sure. And you'd have to like do them on the character that did the storyline. For example, Land of Morning Light Part 2 is one of those like exceptions where you need to finish Land of Morning Light Part 1 to do Part 2. Same thing with like Valencia Part 2. I think Ulakita, you need to finish the Medea questline and Valencia questline. So there are some questlines that are locked behind other questlines. Worth going through it all. There are some family or account-wide stuff that you unlock by doing a lot of the quest lines. For example, doing the Kama Sylvia questline gives you 1 DP. So it's like, yes, worth it for the 1 sheet DP. Same thing with Odalita, you get 1 AP for completing Odalita questline. So it is worth it to do the questline at least once for your account. For a lot of them. Some of them not really, but specific ones, yes, you should do them at least once for your account. Oh, true, there are some pets you can acquire by completing the quest lines. So if you're, free to play, then that's another source of pets you can acquire by doing some of the quest lines. Are they carried between characters or gotta do it all again on Mego? It depends on which questline it is, Raz. So I'm trying to find the right words to explain it. But remember when I said earlier, like certain quest lines are locked behind other quest lines? So for example, Land of Morning Light Part 2 is locked behind doing Part 1. And so you would have to do Part 2 on a character that's done Land of Morning Light Part 1 before. But if you're asking if you have to redo it for the 1 DP again, no, that's account wide. That's why I specifically said account wide for those stuff. But certain quest lines will be locked behind other quest lines, and you'd have to like do them on the character that just did it. So I mean, it is kind of advisable to do all your quest lines on the one character that's done the most quest lines, if that makes sense. So you never have that issue. And I kind of wish it wasn't the case. I kind of wish that if you did the quest lines on your account at least, it would not lock you out of other things. But account-wide features, again, like family, DP, sheet AP, or anything that would make sense as a family-wide feature, like fast travel for Magnus, you won't have to redo. This is something more recent, but that will definitely not pertain to you for a while, is the Idania storyline. The Idania storyline requires you to have the title from the final act of the Ataraxian dungeon. And in order to do the final act, you have to do the entire questline of Ataraxian, the entire dungeon questline. And you cannot progress through the questline separately on different characters. You have to like finish it all on one character. But once you do have the title, then you can unlock the Dania questline for all your other characters. I don't know if I'm explaining it right. I mean, the easiest thing you could do to avoid any freaking issues is try to do the quest lines on one character that you know you're going to play forever or for a long time. So you never have any of those like weird issues. You don't need to do dungeon quest for Edania? Really? Not. Was that a recent change? Oh, they changed it. Oh, okay, okay. Well, that's good. Because I remember that was like a. I remember Chris Polly. Hello, guys. Welcome back to Chris Polly. I remember Chris Polly telling me that you had to do that. So I remember clearly that it was a requirement. But if they changed it, then Poggies. They changed it right before the release of Idania. Oh, okay, okay. The only ones I'll have done by graduation is Balanos, Serendia, Calpheon, Medea, and maybe Valencia if I get it through it before hitting 60. I mean, if anything, you can just keep questing on your ninja, Raz. Just tag your ninja so you can have all the gear on your ninja. Like if your main is Mega. And then in the future, if you need to quest again, I mean, questing doesn't really, you don't really need gear for questing for the most part. At least for the earlier quests. You don't really necessarily need gear. So you can always just like continue questing on your ninja. Or if you're really anal about it, then do the quest line over again. The simplified quest line does count as you doing up to Medea, so you would not have to do Belanos, Serendia, Calpheon again, Raz. So if you've made a new character that has picked the simplified quest line and you just like complete the, you know, level up stuff that you need to do, it does count as you having completed the up to Medea quest line. I don't think the Medea questline like itself, but like up to it. So Balanos, Serendia, Calpheon. I think long term I want Megio and Dosa for both a high APM and low APM option. Hi Quincy. Oh, you have to head out? All right. Thanks for stopping by though, Quincy. Thanks for making me part of your day. I really appreciate it. Looks like Fluos might be done grinding because there's no more Idania buff anymore. Back to the office again? All right, have a good day at work, Quincy. Actually, before we start this next cycle, I want to just redo the AP buff here. It's running out in 10 minutes. Black Shrine. Oh. Silent Hill F is out? It's already out, Sir Potter? I thought it was coming out like the 25th. Did they like release it earlier? Or maybe I got the date wrong. Because I thought it was like on the 25th. Interesting. Does anyone else do this? Do you guys also play the game vicariously through Let's Plays? Because that's how I usually play single player games. Is I just watch like a gameplay video of it. Or like a streamer playing it. That's how I like play the game, quote unquote. XQC is playing it. Um, can you like Google the official release date? Because usually people can get like early copies for promotion, right? So for example, Maximilian Dude, I watch them a lot. They got like the full game 10 days before the official release, and they were only allowed to play like a portion of it before the release. But I know like some like game companies get like the full release for the like a review copy or something like that. You've watched too many Let's Plays? Yeah. I mean, that's all I could do when I was like growing up. My family was not the most financially fortunate growing up. I never really owned a console, so that's how I enjoyed console games, is just watching people play the games. I just realized there's no I turned off the in-game sound. I need to turn it back on. Do you guys play with in-game sound or not? I feel like it helps me with comboing because I can hear the ability go off. You know what I mean? Like a sound cue. So I feel a little bit disoriented right now with my Woosa because she's not making the sounds. Ooh, what are we listening to? Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, I was behind him. The digital deluxe copy can be played now. Oh, so like early access. If you bought the digital deluxe copy. Oh, that was a new time? What the heck? I wasn't even like fully buffed. I was just trying to clear it for the AP buff lol. I asked this earlier, but don't think you saw it, but what's your least favorite class or even most hated if it goes that far? Least favorite class. Zerker. Because I don't like his aesthetic. Hi Jay, I just want to ask which spot is better in terms of silver games, Orzekia or Orbita? I kind of want to say Orzekia might be like a little bit more than Orbita right now, just because the market. I remember seeing the voids at like max. I don't know if it's still at max. Maybe people have caught on. Yeah, it looks like there's still there's crystals now on the market, but I remember seeing it like max price. These are max price. But they're both like very good silver. They're both very good. I don't know like numbers wise between the two, but they're both very solid. So I would say Orbita is a lot more chill, personally, just because you get a 2-minute AFK time. It's a very long AFK time, so you can relax during that grind, during that 2 moments. And also the mechanic with the golem has become a lot easier after they, I don't know, I feel like it's squishier now. Has anyone grinded Orbita recently? Because I feel like they made it a little bit squishy. They die a lot quicker. I remember, or maybe I got stronger. I don't know. How are you able to move like that on Woosa? I can't do that. Um, Practice, Scupidum. The muscle memory. So once you get more used to the muscle memory with the class, you can move like really fast with the class. You can just like dash multiple times, and you got also butterfly step to work with, right? And so once you get used to moving with the class, you can really take advantage of her movement kit. So keep practicing. What's the drop rate buff here? It looks like it's fresh. Yeah, it was just repopped. Press Control RMB on head. Sadie. Is there a reason you're doing lava Fogans? For the upgrades, Raz. So you get items called Crystallized Energy of End Times to upgrade the Dawn crystals here to the Han crystals, Jin to Han. And then you can get these Herald crystals. Ooh, I can make another one. I need sharp black crystals and magical light. So actually, let's go do that. We can make another upgrade. Ooh. And silver income is pretty good too. Why'd you make scrolls of AP buff? Because my guild provides it for free. Isku. My guild is very active with replacing the heads, and the heads last 3 hours. So, and they're free, and you can just teleport to your guild manor wherever you want. So that's why I don't buy them, because you get them for free. As a new player, I see so many random items. I just save whatever has a high price. Still trying to figure out what I am doing. Oh, how long ago did you get started, Lucky Ducky Luke 66? I like your name. When did you get started? What class do you play? How do you have custom images? So you need to replace the face textures folder with portraits. The community has made a lot of the custom portraits, and if you go to my Twitch, Raz, actually, let me just link you on YouTube. Don't worry, I got you. I'll link you on the YouTube side. There you go. This is the community folder for portraits, and oops, that's the wrong one. Portraits 2. I'll link you the other community drive. These are the ones that I'm using. And all you got to do is basically go to the documents folder. So you just go here. Let me screenshot you. So go to File Explorer, Documents, Black Desert, Face Textures, and let me screenshot you here. Ba-bum. Ba-bum. Oh, well, that's not a very good screenshot. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Now you can see the directory. So you basically go over to Documents, over here, Documents, Black Desert, and then Face Texture. And do you see how like some of these at the bottom here, I have the original one because I haven't changed it yet. So basically you copy paste the name, like the number sequence, and then grab the, oh, is this near Automata? Ooh. You just like copy paste the name over the thing you want to replace. Does that make sense? And so they're all like properly formatted already. So you just need to drag it over from the portraits Google Drive and then paste the thing and then delete the, the one you don't want. And that's it. And so now it will look like this. And don't worry, it's not considered against TOS if you're worried. I started like a week ago and played Scholar, but I think I will switch to something that moves faster. And yesterday I hoard everything. Well, BDO actually does kind of reward you for hoarding, lucky ducky. So a really good example of when you were like really rewarded for hoarding was the T10 horses. These horses here. Hold on, let me put on the audio back on. Do this one. These T10 horses did not have fail stacks before. And so if you were tapping before they added fail stacks, it was a base 3% chance to get these horses. Now with the fail stacks, basically fail stacks are when you fail something, you get a higher chance to get it next time. It was each fail stack gave you 0.2%. So every time you failed, you got a 0.2% increase. So the first attempt would be 3%, the next attempt is 3.2%, the next attempt is 3.4%, you know? And so on average, with the fail stacks, you would get it in about 20 attempts, right? And so my first horse, I actually, hold on, let me see if I have T10. I have my old, pretty sure I have my old clip here. Yes. This is my like very old clip from like back in 2023 or 2022. My first one. This was attempt number 68 with my old 3D model. We got it after freaking 68 attempts. Holy moly. 3% chance, guys. And so if you just hoarded it, your materials until they added the fail stacks, you were rewarded pretty easily with the T10 horse. I remember Choice getting all 3 T10s in one session. Oh, how many attempts did he do? I forgot. But also, Lucky Ducky, if you have any like trash items, if you go to any uh, NPC shop that has like sell junk items, you can just do that to just get rid of some stuff as well. But yeah, feel free to just shove things in your storage if you're not sure what to do. And also, you could always ask, you know, anyone that you have contact with in BDO. So you can ask me, be like, hey, do I need this? And I'm like, nope. Or yep. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, I was making a Herald Crystal. Oh, but first I need to grab some light stones. Let's use the marketplace manager. Under average for sure. What's something here I can trade in? I guess mines? I don't really need mines. I have 2 feathers and 2 fortunes here. I feel like I was using them for something. Can you amplify these? Can you amplify a fortune and feather? Oh. What else I got here? I got a strike here. I feel like I was using this for something like all out attack. Let's grab these. I mean, that should be enough magical light stones to exchange. I am confused because I see some TED or deck gear I can get at level 61, but if I claim it, it's gone, so I should wait until I find a class I enjoy. Which gear? Lucky Ducky. Can you tell me specifically which gear, and I can elaborate for you? Which TED and deck gear do you mean? Oh, do you mean the Pen Black Stars? The Black Stars, Lucky Ducky? Who am I talking to? Oh, here, Dolly Shane. Lightstone. Am I not doing this right? Exchange. Wait, what? Do I not have room? Oh, I'm full on room, that's why. It was something on the reward, something main weapon and offhand. There are ways to switch it to a different weapon, Lucky Ducky, in game. The most common way people will use to switch weapons is the tag system. So here I have my Woosa tagged to my Shy, and how it works is it copies all of your gear over, including your weapons, armor, and accessories to your other character, and it will transform it into the respective weapon they use. So the fan for my Woosa will turn into a boomerang for my Shy, and you can use both characters at full capacity with full gear. And the tagging system is very cheap nowadays. They've reduced the price of it to like 10% of the original value before. So for me, I have to spend about maybe like 30 fuel, which is about 300 mil. And so if you're like, less gear than I am, it might cost you maybe like closer to 100 mil or something like that. So it's not very much silver to be copying your gear over. And then there are more permanent ways to convert your weapon over using exchange coupons, and you get a bunch over time from like events and jazz and all that jazz. So I have a bunch of weapon exchange coupons that I've just been hoarding forever, that I've gotten over events and stuff like that. But I haven't had to swap my weapons in a very long time. So that's the more permanent way to do it. This is the more like temporary cheap way. So even if you pick the wrong weapon, quote unquote, there's ways to utilize it again for a different character going forward. So I wouldn't really like stress about it too much. What class did you end up picking, Lucky Ducky? Or are you still like in the process of figuring out what class to pick? Herald. Sharp. And magical shards. In the haunted devices. Maybe he's talking about deck Tuvala? No, I don't think so, Tavos. Because, accessories and weapons, like, it doesn't matter what class you are, right? Weapons would be the class specific thing, right? Let's see. I'm currently level 60 on Scholar, but I'm looking into trying something that doesn't feel so heavy. It feels too slightly sluggish for me. Have you tried Dosa before, Lucky Ducky? I find Dosa a very newbie friendly class. So here, let me swap over to my Dosa and show you. But definitely Scholar is one of the more clunky classes that takes some getting used to really get it going. At least when I was trying it out, it felt that way. But for Dosa, I find it a very forgiving class for movement and AoE. And so this is the Dosa class here. This is in Awakening spec. So you have a spammable dash, which is PvE iframe, which means you will never, get hit in PvE. You also have some pretty good movement kits with his tiger leaps and all that jazz. Pretty good on his AoE. It's pretty big, and you can cancel out of most things to just dash out of the thing. Whereas I'm pretty sure Scholar does not. Does Scholar have a spammable dash? I don't even know. But yeah, try it out. It's like fairly low APM too, I would say. It's very straightforward as well. Low APM, straightforward on its abilities. So I recommend this class if you haven't checked it out yet. The accessories scare me too. Saw some people talking about exchanging for an earring, but I'm still figuring out on what is up with that. I see. They're probably maybe talking about the deck Tuvala exchange. Or potentially Jatina. But definitely if you're just starting out, Lucky Ducky, take it one step at a time. So focus on your seasons and then worry about all that jazz later on. And as you mentioned before, you're hoarding everything. That's good. Just hoard everything if you're not sure what to use it for. And then ask in the future once you are ready to, figure that stuff out. But again, if you're feeling overwhelmed, take it one step at a time. Focus on your seasons. The direction I would point you towards is finish your season pass. It's located on the top right somewhere here. It's like a little yellow button, and it has instructions to hold your hand through the seasonal process. And then get a full set of Tuvala gear. Pen Tuvala gear is a good start. So, Tuvala helmet, chest, armor, gloves, in accessories, weapons. And then once you're there, then you can ask around for the next step. Yeah, as Velkin said, I find the community very helpful. If you ask anybody in the community like questions on the Twitch community, I find people are very helpful with just pointing you guys in the right direction. But I mean, with all these things to do, that's a lot of things to do in the game. And that's why I really like this game. You can go in so many different directions. And you can go at the pace that you want to go, whether it's going hard on your progression, or going really easy and casual. It's up to you how you want to go. Okay, before we continue, I just want to grab some more water. Also some quest lines to do right away, if you can, is the Magnus questline. I don't know if you've looked into the Magnus questline yet, but it unlocks a lot of family-wide, account-wide features like fast travel, global storage, a free pause gear, a skill for your class. So very important to get done. Okay, let me put, is there any new daily doses? YouTube video explanations? Yeah, there's a lot of guides out there. Body on my mind. Okay, I will be right back, guys. I'm just gonna grab some water, use the washroom. I'll be back like 2-3 minutes. So enjoy this cute animal video while I'm away. Okay, I have returned. Okay, let's get back to the grind. I looked at some of those and they are really long. My current problem is that I'm running out of storage space for all my hoarding. Magnus Questline will connect all the yeah, the Magnus Questline, it will allow you to access like all the storage in the world. So you can use like random storages from, you know, different areas. So for example, my Land of Morning Light storage, I'm just like shoving random things in here, etc., etc. So it would be pretty useful. I recommend watching a guide on doing the Magnus questline because there are some puzzles that are very not very clear. Some of them are like not very clear on exactly what to do. So I would recommend watching a guide on doing the puzzles. And I think Candia has a guide. Candia Magnus. This is from 2024, but I don't imagine they made any like additional mechanics since 2024. So you could try this link out. Video just seemed nicer than other MMO. What other MMOs have you tried? Lucky Ducky. Video is a good game for anybody who wants to go at your own pace. Anybody who likes going at their own pace. So, you know, you can go really deep and hard into the progression, or you could take it as casual as you want. There's no like pressing matter for progression. You go at your own pace. Yeah, and as Jello says at a marathon, right? So you can, you know, jog, or you can full sprint if you want. You can take it at your pace. Okay, let's grab the flawless Herald Crystal. Okay, we got our final upgrade. Woohoo! This will add 6 AP, 250 HP to our Decia's artifact. Perfect. There we go. I guess I need to amplify now my blights, which I think will add 2 more human damage. Okay. Here we go. This is the right setup. Okay, let's boof up here. Repair our gear. And food buffs. Were you I don't know if you had seen my I'm trying to find the right words. I'm a little tired right now. Were you there when I was showing off the Dosa class? Because you were asking for a class that a little bit less sluggish than Scholar. So I was recommending the Dosa class. You're heading off to bed, Vulcan? Alright, have a good night. Or you could try the class that I'm playing. It's called Woosa. Woosa recently got some buffs, so she's in a pretty good spot right now in the meta. I wouldn't call her like super meta, but definitely in a really solid position. And also her aesthetics are just so good. When you're in a boss fight? I was showing it off in town. Maybe you had missed it due to like ads or something. What browser source do you use by chance, Lucky Ducky? Do you happen to use like a non-Chrome browser like Opera or Firefox? Started with Dosa and stuck with it for a long time. Easy to learn and very good. Yeah. Oh, Lucky Ducky. Ah, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate the support. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and all my fun emotes. Thank you. One of my friends, Choice, he's another fellow video content creator, video partner.
That
I
is
need
how
to
we will
test
taste
something.
if you lick us.
Yeah, one of my friends, Choice, has a step-by-step guide on what to do like post-graduation on his Discord. So you can check out his Discord, look for that guide. It might help you out with some. There's quite a bit of steps there and images for you to kind of figure out what to go for or what direction to go towards next in your progression. And of course, like if you go to any streamer too, like let's say you're still looking for a class and you see a streamer playing that class that you're interested in looking into, a lot of the times we just like yapping about our class. Every BDO player loves yapping about our class and complaining about our class and how it needs buffs and how we need to nerf all the other class. You know what I mean? So that's a good way to get some more insight on classes you might be interested in trying out. It's just like going to people's streams and asking about it. I believe he has a custom Discord link where it's literally just discord.gg/choice. CHOIC. Pretty sure that's his custom link last time I checked. And his Twitch is also, twitch.tv/choice. CHOIC. I would totally link it if I wasn't at the, if I was not in the middle of a fight right now. Or if anybody in chat is nice enough to grab the link. Thank you, Jude. And his Twitch should have a link to his Discord as well. So man. How far have you gotten in your progression so far, Lucky Ducky? Have you gotten all Pen Tuvala yet? Are you close to finishing your season pass? I'm shocked even mythical and dream horses are slow in the desert. There's one particular dream and mythical horse that does run fast in the desert, and it's the unicorn. That's its like special perk. In the future, once you have all 3 horses, you'll get a special horse that combines all of its mobility kits together. And people call it the dad horse because of the acronym. The names of the horses are Dine, Arduinat, and Doom. And so people just like started naming it the dad horse because it combines all 3 of the mobility kits. So it can walk on water, run in the desert, run really fast on the ground, and fly in the air. Which is the blue horse over here. And you get it once you get all 3 T10 horses. For free. Well, I guess it's not really for free. You have to get all 3 horses. Unicorn was able to walk on water. The T10 version, yes. You can walk on water. Not the T9 version, though. Fopen Tuvala finished the pass, graduated, which I think was a mistake, and I followed the guide to get a toper questing to XP to 61. Yeah, a lot of people do recommend like sticking around in the season servers to just continue grinding in, because you get free timeless blackstones, as well as like exclusive servers to grind in. But it's not too big of a deal if you graduate. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, if you've already graduated, then I do recommend finishing up the Magnus questline. I do have to warn you, it is a pretty chunky questline. What do you guys think? How long do you think it will be to speedrun the Magnus? It might be like a good 2 to 3 hours. It's a bit of a slog, I know. But definitely worth it for the rewards. 3 hours at least. Yeah, if you're a newer player, it might take you potentially a little bit longer because you're not sure. You're like not familiar with the questing format for some of the weird quests. There's some really weird quests in there. A bit of platforming as well. So if you're not good with like platforming, like jumping from platform to platform, you might fall and have to restart. For the puzzles, again, just watch a guide for the puzzles. Unless you like puzzles, then you can try to figure it out yourself. It can be really unfun. Yeah, if you do it all at once, again, it could be a bit of a slog, so maybe do half in the beginning and do half later or something. They do kind of break it up with sections, right? Because you would complete one section and then you would get back to the Magnus area, and then you would go to the next section and then come back to the Magnus area. If you do the puzzle itself, it will take 5 to 6 hours. Yeah. That's what I did. when it first came out. It took me about like 5-6 hours to complete it on stream. But they have made it a lot easier since it came out. So you can do it much faster than I did. And of course, video guides too, right? Those will help a lot. I got the entire week off, so I should be able to get it through it fairly fast. Let's go. Dude, the global storage is very useful with your maids because your maids can also use global storage. So, you know, I can shove trash into or pick up anything from anywhere using my maids. Very useful, very useful. And you can also keybind your maids too if you press Alt left click on open storage. If you see, do you see this like little tiny arrow? See this little tiny arrow above this icon? You can see this tiny arrow above multiple things if you pay attention. So, you know, for example, your tent also has that little tiny arrow above. Your tag character has a little tiny arrow above. Auto use items. And so that if you press Alt L and B, it opens the quick hotkey setting for it. And then you can click List All to see all the things. And click Show All to see all the things you can keybind additionally. You can keybind your crystals. You can keybind your auto use function. You can keybind your presets, like your UI presets. So a lot of useful things you can put on the keybind. Oh my god, yeah, the find the 3 trees, that was so freaking annoying. I kind of hope they remove that quest. Or like at least put the trees next to each other. Because that was a doozy. I'm 92 quests away from hitting 10k after 4 years. Too lazy to get that +1 fail stack increase. Yeah, definitely not necessary to do the permanent fail stacks. It is really nice. It is 5 more fail stacks for free on every attempt. But I feel like in the grand scheme of things, it's like it's not too big of a deal these days. But I don't enhance very much. So I imagine if you are somebody who does a lot of enhancing for profit, then it might be more value for those kinds of flares. But for me, I just grab my stack, hit the crons, and go. How do I counter desert heat? You can use purified water to get rid of the desert heat. You can buy some off the market or the general goods NPC, specifically in Sand Grain Bazaar, which is the town right before you enter the desert. If you go to the general goods vendor, they sell some purified water. Not in Valencia? I don't know if Valencia also sells them. I just know for sure Sand Grain Bazaar does sell them. But not sure about Valencia. Oh. Is this an accordion? Oh, true. That's right, Talvos. Lucky, do you have garmoth.com bookmarked? If not, it's a very useful website for video resources, from gear planners to guides, event timelines. Just a lot of useful tools for video. Oh, have you also picked up the ball codes, Lucky Ducky? It should be posted on the Garmoth website as well, if you look on the top right side. And you can input them in-game. Yeah, a lot of nice free stuff. A lot of stuff for you to hoard again. Oh, another thing as well, have you connected your Twitch account to your game account? Because you can get some drops from Twitch drops, like free stuff in-game, by just watching video streams, including mine. And you can do that by logging into the website. And if you're on Steam, you can log in via Steam on the website too. And you just need to go over to your settings, account settings, and there should be a button to connect your Twitch to your account. But once you have it connected, then you can start earning some video drops from watching video streams. Garmoth and Videolytics. I have not used Videolytics very much, but it's a very useful website if you are trying to do like life skill spreadsheets or whatnot, like tracking your numbers for like life skill stuff. Like you can literally input the price of certain ingredients like milk or something, and whenever you sell your products, you can see the profit margins and all that jazz with numbers. Maybe that's why I don't use Videolytics very much, because numbers are involved. We hate numbers. They confuse us. Codes I'll have to do, yeah, all I need to do is press escape and type in redeem coupon code. Oh, if I can spell it right. But yeah, in the search bar, just type redeem coupon code. There is another like redeem function, but that's not the one. It's specifically redeem coupon code. And you just paste it there and it will go straight to your mailbox. You can press B to open your mailbox. Oh, we got some silver from our guild. Morning, MMO. How are you? How are you? Why are you afraid of numbers? They just confuse my brain. All I know is number up is good, Generally. Unless you're playing golf. Then number up is bad. I almost thought this was Claire Obscure music. but it's not. Dang, we're almost at 200,000 trash. Now I can sell some Herald Crystals. 50 mil each. Ooh. I feel like I should start selling my mythical feathers. But what if I need them? What if I need them for Voltarion? Well, technically I would only need like 30, right? Well, what if they like make another use for them, you know? I could sell some Caphras though. Let's sell 1,200 Caphras. How many of these tenacities have been sold? 5,000. Okay. Wait, so people are selling these. They're kind of expensive, but hey, they do give you 5 more AP. Oh wait, you can craft these a secondary way? With the Rusalka's coral? Oh my, I didn't even realize. I thought you had to use the Caphras essence. These ones. Guess there's 2 ways to craft them. I guess this is the way if you already have deep sea perfumes. But I guess technically deep seas would be still better if you're over the cap. Well, these do give 400 HP. And deep seas give only 100, so you're getting 300 more HP out of it. Is this all from near Automata? This one? Near Nike, wait! Nike, like goddess of victory? The looking respectfully game? Jesus. I didn't even realize they did a collab. Bum bum bum. Nikki's doing a Resident Evil collab on the oh, really? What? Cozy Toes, are you excited for Resident Evil Requiem? Totally. We were watching some Requiem gameplay footage the other day. And oh man, the atmosphere. Stellar Blade is doing a collab with Silent Hill. The Silent Hill F actually is out already if you have the digital deluxe version. Apparently. And if you're asking, I will probably not play it because I suck at horror games. I am terrified. So I will just vicariously play it through a Let's Play. Same with the Resident Evil series. I just watch people play it to enjoy it. Nikki and Stellar Blade made in the same house? Wait, what? Konami? Wait, Stellar Blade is from Konami? Shift up. Oh, like a different studio. Okay. Whenever I think of Konami, I always think of like Kojima. But then Kojima, like, you know, went his separate ways. Kojima's always like doing his own thing. He's a storyteller at heart. And he definitely tells some really elaborate, kind of confusing stories sometimes. Not sometimes, like all the time. But that's what makes him unique. and I'm pretty sure wasn't Kojima the one who was originally like, directing the Silent Hill series, right? Oh, those are not up to date Latin Doge, or are they? I don't know. I don't think so. Those are definitely not up to date. I don't really node war anymore at Latin Doge, so I haven't really updated it for that reason. Up to date, I do have PvP add-ons if you type !PvP add-ons, but they're not for node war specifically though. They're just like generic RBF add-ons. Storm. No, I don't. I don't PvP very much. Not in Doge. Rip Silent Hills, yes. Do you remember the original PT, Playable Tears here? Talvos? Oh my god, the atmosphere in that was insane. For me, horror games are all about the atmosphere it provides. Like putting you in the setting, like really immersing yourself in the world. And PT was, holy moly, you still have it? It was so impressive. Yeah, especially during its time. That came out in 2013, right? If I remember correctly. I mean, I probably wasn't even old enough to even to be seeing that kind of stuff, because that was like R-rated 18 and stuff, right? But I remember seeing it on like, do you guys remember Fine Brothers Teens React? That's where I first saw PT. And oh man, it was freaking terrifying. I wonder if Kojima ever plans to do some more horror games in the future, because I'm pretty sure that was directed by Kojima, right? Silent PT? I honestly thought Death Stranding was going to be his new horror game, but Death Stranding didn't end up being a horror game. It was like, it was a story. It was a very long movie. It wasn't really a horror game. It was a very, very long movie. Starring that one guy from Walking Dead. Death Stranding has some creepy aspects, but not horror by any... Yeah. It was... I felt like it was a very inspiring story, Raz, of like connecting America through the connection networks and all that jazz. Building a new America, connecting America, so all that, you know, patriotic stuff. So I didn't feel like, you know, it wasn't really a scary game. Norman Reedus and his fetus. Yeah, exactly. Not Norman Reedus and his fetus. His little baby. FedEx ups UPS simulator, yeah. The delivery package simulator. It's Kojima and Guillermo del Toro, which is a crazy team. Yeah, I did not see that coming. They definitely told a very interesting story. Although some of the gameplay I was like not the most into, like the delivery part. But I mostly like quote unquote played the game, you know, vicariously through Let's Plays to just watch the story. And definitely Kojima comes up with very unique stories, right? Very unique, unheard of tropes before, you know? So he's very good at doing that. Especially with the Metal Gear series. Have you guys played Metal Gear Solid? Because I remember watching somebody like go into the lore and go into like some of the interesting stuff from Metal Gear Solid, and there was this boss called Psycho Mantis, and he had this like crazy boss mechanic where he literally tells you that to beat him, you have to put your like controller into like slot number 2 in your PlayStation or something like that. Like literally breaking the fourth wall mechanics. And I'm like, who comes up with this stuff? I'm like, what? That's so interesting. Like you literally have to do something in like IRL to beat the boss. And I'm like, what? How did you even think of that? At that time? That came out in like 1990s, right? Jesus. Hi Jay, I'm getting the video itch again. How's our main girl Woosa nowadays? Pretty good, Sindra. She recently got some buffs a couple weeks ago, so she's in a pretty solid state. Gotta change the controller port, turn off your TV and turn it back. Yeah. Man. Metal Gear Solid. There were some really, I don't know if it was intentional, but there were some really like sus moments too in Metal Gear Solid. uh. Tells you the memory card is corrupted. Yeah. Lots of very interesting mechanics. How are you, Sindrath? Have you been? What have you been up to? Have you just been like focusing on IRL stuff or playing other games? The game telling you you have been playing the game too. Yeah, Psycho Mantis was a crazy boss fight. Like, I don't think it was a very difficult boss fight, but it was definitely really wild for the mechanics. FF7 bum bum banana bum 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 banana do do bum 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 bum. Oh my god, those please. Bum 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Dun, dun, dun. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da. Ooh, be careful there. Thinking of Metal Gear, I am sad the multiplayer with 4 never took off. It was so fun. Oh. I didn't even realize Metal Gear Solid 4 had a multiplayer. What? What was it like? Was it like Call of Duty? Were you shooting people? When did 4 come out anyways? Because I feel like online gaming wasn't really like too prevalent until much later on, right? So that could be why it attributed to not being as successful is because the online gaming is just like not as good. PS3 era, yeah, that's probably why. Third-person shooter with Metal Gear controls. Oh. That makes sense. Oh, what's this? It was a big vibe change. You could do all wacky things like hiding in a box or running into someone and CQC them unconscious. Or like, oh, they like punch them to death until they're unconscious. Okay. I think this is a good opportunity to take a break here, guys. It is 11 p.m. and we've been streaming for quite some time. I do have a lot of work tomorrow morning. Moving a lot of boxes tomorrow. And we're starting in like 7 a.m. tomorrow. And it might take us like 4-ish hours to finish. And then I should be back then. But it depends on if I get any extra work. We might be a little bit later. We'll see. But yeah, I'll send you guys over to some for now. I am usually live during the afternoons on most days. If you need to keep up with like my schedule, you can always go to my Discord. I always try to post up in announcements of if I'm going to be streaming that day or taking a day off. So I'll see you guys then. Let's send you guys over to who's streaming right now. Let's send you guys over to just in case. It's been a while since I rated just in case. It's just in case. Okay, starting the raid. Can you guys do me a big favor and spam my raid emote? This one. When we head over there, be much appreciated. Thank you for the help and have a fun. Yes, I'll see you later, Lucky Ducky. Thanks for stopping by and the support. Yeah. Good night, guys. Good night, Trickling. Good night, Lucky Ducky. Good night, Wispy. Good night, Tavos. Good night, Toesy Toes. Good night, Centroth. Good night, Latin Doge. Good night, everybody. See you guys. Bye.